3. Knowledge of everything Sunny was in his room, watching as a memory disintegrated into a whirlwind of shimmering sparks, a dark expression on his face. He didn't need the spell to inform him to know that he had just lost another one. And yet, the ever-helpful spell still whispered into his ear, "Your memory has been destroyed." Sunny snarled, then shook his head bitterly and summoned the runes, intending to check on how many expendable memories he still had left. It was then that he decided to check on Neff's progress, which had long ago become a deeply ingrained habit of his. Seeing that changing star was still alive and fighting brought him both relief and grim motivation. Already sensing what he was about to see, Sunny stared at the runes and read, "Name, Nephi's, true name, changing star. Rank, dormant. Class, tyrant. Shadow cores, 5/7. Shadow fragments, 0/5000. He looked at the runes for some time, then sighed and dismissed them. Just a few days ago, she was still far away from reaching the 5th core. After the Red Colosseum and his battle with Nightmare, the gap between them had shortened even more, but now, Neff had gone and done something crazy again, making it grow vast and infuriating once more. He stared at the walls of his room darkly. It was as though the two of them were constantly playing an insane game of tug-of-war, fully knowing that one wrong move meant death, but equally unwilling to let the opponent win. And from the very start of it, he had never been in the lead. How tiresome! Sunny shook his head, realizing that he was in no mood to blindly throw himself at the impregnable barrier of weaving anymore. At least not today. His solemn mood changed, however, when the shadows he had stationed across from the sorcerer's door saw it open, and the familiar figure walk out, then wince at the bright sun. Noctis looked a bit disheveled, with dark circles under his eyes and slightly messy hair. Considering who it was, though, Sunny could only guess whether the immortal was tired or just hungover. Still, this wasn't a chance he was ready to miss. Wasting some essence to step through the shadows, Sunny appeared a few meters away from Noctis and looked at him with a guarded expression. The sorcerer blinked a couple of times, then put on a friendly smile. "Sunless, you are still here. Haven't we just talked?" Sunny inwardly rolled his eyes. "That was 2 weeks ago. 15 days, technically." Noctis raised an eyebrow, shifted from foot to foot awkwardly, and then cleared his throat. "Oh, really? Well, what a nice day. Can I help you with something, then?" Sunny stared at the sorcerer for a few moments, then nodded. Yes, in fact, you can." The immortal transcendent smiled brightly. "Well, why didn't you say so? We are friends, are we not? And friends are supposed to help each other, so what do you need?" Sunny gripped the emerald amulet tighter, hesitated for a second, and then said, "Can you teach me sorcery?" Noctis continued to smile for a bit, then laughed. "That's it. Sure, no problem. I am the greatest sorcerer in the Kingdom of Hope, after all. Under my guidance, you will become a distinguished sorcerer yourself in no time. Let me think, if we start right now." As Sunny smiled tentatively, he looked at the sky to gauge the time of day, thought for a bit, and then added, "You'll be finished at about the same time 100 years from now. Let us start." Sunny blinked. "What, 100 years?" The sorcerer frowned a little, then shrugged. "Well, maybe 200 years. That was how long it took me to learn the basics. If you mean true sorcery, of course, not those pitiful tricks others consider to be miracles." Actually, what do you think sorcery is?" Sunny hesitated, then said with uncertainty, "The ability to manipulate magical energies through means that fall outside one's aspect." Noctis stared at him for a bit, then sighed. "A good enough answer, but no. Simply put, there is no such thing as sorcery, or rather, there is no single thing called sorcery. But there are various ways to twist the underlying laws of the world to produce some effect, desirable or not. What we call sorcery is just a structured method of achieving a predictable result while doing so with whatever means you possess, usually with the help of soul essence." He looked around, observing the landscape of the sanctuary, and added, "Take me, for example." My aspect has to do with souls, and so I was able to learn a few things from the followers of Heart God, the God of souls, as well as emotions, memory, hunger, and growth. However, I only became a true sorcerer after learning Hope's magic. Sonny tilted his head a little. Hope's magic, Noctis nodded. Ah, yes. The most common type of sorcery used by mortals blindly and without a true understanding of its nature, I might add, comes from Hope. She is the one who invented writing, after all, and gifted it to us humans. What a wonderful invention it was. Writing itself does not produce sorcery, though. He hesitated and then added, before Hope invented writing, the most common type of sorcery used by mortals even more blindly was the sorcery of names. You see, Sunless, everything that exists has a name. In fact, you might even say that a thing only starts to exist after it is given a name. A flower is just a flower, one among many, until you call it a rose. Then, roses are suddenly different from all the other flowers, and so they come to exist. Sonny frowned, not sure that he understood what the hell Noctis was talking about. Wouldn't roses exist even if they were not called roses? Well, in a sense, they wouldn't. Flowers that looked like roses would, but they would not be called roses, and so there would not be roses. How confusing. The sorcerer, meanwhile, ignored his befuddlement and continued. However, not all names are equal. So are simply given and aren't worth much, while others have to be earned. And those names, the true names of things, hold power over them. Names are a powerful thing, Sunless, and so, a long time ago, people who learned those names could share in that power. However, their authority was obscure and fleeting, since it was only invoked when someone said the names aloud. And saying them with a mortal mouth was not an easy feat. He suddenly smiled. But that was what made Hope's invention so ingenious, you see. Once writing appeared, one with enough knowledge could connect the names to material objects, granting the invocation permanence. Of course, it is not that simple. In fact, knowing the names of things and how to shape them into songs and phrases is incredibly hard, because with the knowledge of names comes the knowledge of everything. Noctis let out a heavy sigh. Simply scribbling a rune without understanding its meaning would not do anything. So it takes centuries to learn the very basics of runic sorcery. Unless you are intrinsically predisposed to it, of course, which no one is except for Hope herself. But I will gladly teach you everything I know, if you have a century or two to spare, I mean. The sorcerer smiled brightly and stared at Sonny, sincerity written all over his obnoxiously beautiful face. That slimy bastard. Of course, Sonny did not have a couple of centuries to spare, but maybe he didn't need to. Names are a powerful thing. Suddenly, a seed of an idea appeared in his mind. Maybe some other time. Noctis sighed with regret and opened his mouth to say something, but the four-armed demon was already gone, swallowed by shadows. The sorcerer stared at the shadows with a sour face, then shook his head and sighed again. What a strange fellow. Chapter 694. Key piece. Back in the Red Colosseum, Sonny had spent an excruciating amount of time remembering and comparing the weaves of different memories in order to understand what they had in common. In his mind, there were three traits that all memories shared: the ability to be summoned and dismissed, the ability to repair themselves while dismissed, and the connection to the wielder's soul. By recognizing these three universal parts of the weave patterns, he thought that he had learned how to reproduce these simplest enchantments, at least to the point where he managed to create a simple pattern that allowed an item to be dismissed and summoned from essence. However, there was a fourth quality that all memories shared, one that he had not thought about. All memories had a name. I am an idiot, such an idiot. He of all people should have known what power names wielded, considering that his own true name was literally the key to having absolute control over him. Appearing from the shadows that nestled in his room, Sonny fell on the bed and summoned the silver bell, the memory with which he was familiar the most. He had spent countless hours studying its weave and trying to comprehend the secrets of how it worked, to little avail up until now. Staring beneath the surface of the small bell, he saw the beautiful and complicated pattern of ethereal strings that permeated it, with a single dimly glowing ember in its middle. By now, Sonny had managed to recognize the parts of the weave that were responsible for all its unique qualities, or so he thought. There were the 3 segments of the pattern that he had learned in the Red Colosseum, and the rest was the single enchantment of the bell. However, despite knowing all the parts, Sonny could never make sense of the whole weave, as though something was missing, making all his attempts to comprehend the logic and connections of the ethereal strings useless. There is one more element. The silver bell does have only a single enchantment, but it also has a name, the name that differentiates it from every other memory, and thus allows it to exist somehow. Sonny stared at the part of the weave that he had thought was representing the enchantment for a long time, then summoned another memory and studied it as well. The task of separating one completely unique part of the weave from another completely unique part seemed impossible at first. After all, he had nothing to use as a reference. But he had something even better, the intrinsic predisposition to weaving that he had inherited from the demon of fate. The very quality that Noctis had mentioned Hope possessed when it came to runic sorcery, as its creator. Sonny, of course, was no weaver, but he was able to intuitively sense the purpose of spellweave elements due to his connection to the enigmatic demon. That talent was literally in his blood. All Sonny had to do now was carefully examine each and every string comprising the vast pattern, and sense which ones were meant to create sound, and which had no purpose he knew of. The ones he knew nothing about had to do something with the name. Hours passed, and soon it grew dark outside. Sonny continued to stare at the small silver bell, forgetting about his nightly hunt, and at some point in the middle of the night his eyes suddenly widened. There is it. Yes, I see it. Finally, he had managed to isolate the part of the weave that had nothing to do with the 3 universal enchantments, but also didn't seem to be connected to the actual purpose of the bell producing a ringing that could be heard from miles away. This had to be the part of the spellweave that described the name of the memory. Such a vast and intricate pattern of ethereal strings, all to express 2 simple words, silver bell. As soon as Sonny mentally connected these 2 words with the pattern, a strange thing happened. The weave of the silver bell remained the same, but he suddenly saw it differently. It was as though the whole thing completely transformed in front of his eyes while not changing at all. The disparate parts suddenly seemed harmoniously connected, and the chaotic and senseless structure of the weave suddenly appeared to possess a strange and mysterious, but elegant and undeniable logic. He was stunned. How? How did I not see this? The pattern was suddenly so much more open to him, so much easier to discern. And in the middle of it, weaving through every part of the tapestry of ethereal strings, was the name, Silver Bell, which served as the bridge and the unifying element between them. No wonder every memory I tried to modify collapsed. I only missed the most important thing, damn. Sonny studied the weave of the silver bell with wide eyes, seeing the familiar parts of it in a new light. Then, however, a slight frown appeared on his face. Wait, what is that? Now that he saw the entirety of the logic behind the pattern, or rather, of the logic behind its foundational structure, he could also see an element that seemed alien to his understanding. By now, no part of this weave was supposed to remain unknown to him. And yet, there was one. More than that, that part of the weave was vast and terribly complicated, as much inherent to the whole structure of the memory as its name. It was hard to notice at first, but if one knew what to look for, it was almost impossible to ignore. It is very pretty, but what the hell is it? He scowled, then glanced at the other memory, wishing to compare its weave to that of the silver bell. To Sunny's surprise, the vast and beautiful underlying pattern was there, as well, its presence as strange and unexplainable as before. Suddenly tense, he summoned all of his memories one after another, studying them, and finding the mysterious pattern everywhere. What the hell is it? Sunny had no idea, and even his intuition was silent, not providing any hint as to the purpose of the ever-present hidden weave. The only clue he found was that a part of it bore a distant resemblance to the weave of the Moonlight Shard, and that its overall structure slightly resembled that of the name of the Silver Bell. However, the mysterious pattern was incomparably vaster and deeper. He scowled and then suddenly tilted his head with a surprised expression. Moonlight, light. Sunny glanced at the weave again and then froze. Lost from Light, Chapter 695. Sonorous Silver Bell. When morning came, Sunny was sitting on the floor with a wild look on his bestial face, his black coarse hair in a mess. There was a glowing golden needle in one of his hands and a small silver bell in the other. The other two held a flute that seemed to be either cut from jade or made out of polished emerald bone. That was probably the best memory he had received in the Red Colosseum, but right now, Sunny couldn't care about the flute any less. Instead, all his attention was concentrated on the small bell. Holding his breath, Sunny raised and shook it. However, instead of the clear ringing that would be heard from kilometers away, all he heard was a barely audible, melodious whisper. A wild grin slowly appeared on his face, illuminating his face. I've done it, I really did. Barely containing his excitement, Sunny summoned the runes and read the description of the bell. Memory Silver Bell, memory rank dormant, memory tier Roman 2, memory description, a small memento of a long-lost home which once brought its owner comfort and joy. Its clear ringing can be heard from miles away. Memory enchantments, Silver Song, Sonorous. Silver Song, enchantment description. The ringing of this bell is not overly loud but can be heard across a vast distance. Sonorous enchantment description. The owner can decide how loud this bell will ring. Sunny's eyes glistened with joy. Of course, these two enchantments were not that powerful. However, that did not matter. What mattered was the fact that there were now two of them, despite that there had only been one before. He had finally managed to successfully copy and transplant an enchantment, albeit a simple one. He had studied the emerald bone flute, painstakingly recreated the weave of the Sonorous enchantment, and integrated it into the weave of the silver bell without destroying it. He had done it. He added a new enchantment to a memory. Failing to wipe the wide grin from his face, Sunny looked beneath the surface of the small bell. Now its spellweave looked very different. Where there had once only been strings of ethereal light, now there were black strings made of shadows as well. The two types of strings were intricately intertwined to create a complicated and yet harmonious pattern. More than that, the pattern of the silver bell used to have only one glowing ember that served as a nexus for the ethereal threads. But now, there were two, knowing that an additional enchantment would require a more powerful foundation. Sunny had used one of the soul shards in his possession to create a new anchor. All of this had only been possible because of his new insight into the structure of weaves. Knowing that the name of a memory was integral to its spellweave allowed Sunny to see the pattern as a whole. And so, he was finally able to change it without destroying the thing entirely. Of course, he was still unable to even think about creating an enchantment of his own, but taking an already existing enchantment pattern and transplanting it into a different memory was not outside of the realm of possibility for him anymore. Granted, it was not an easy process. Just the simple sonorous enchantment took a whole night and an ocean of shadow essence to create. And that was after he had spent months staring at the silver bell and studying its spellweave. But still, gods. The possibilities were almost infinite. The ability to modify and change his memories could open countless doors for him, in time, and that was only scratching the surface of his recent breakthrough. Just the fact that he had been able to raise the tier of the silver bell by adding an additional anchor was already promising enough. Yes, it would take a lot of time and effort to solidify this success and learn how to copy enchantments faster and more reliably. There would be plenty of failures along the way. But the more Sunny practiced, the more he would come to know about the logic and essence of weaving. One day in the future, he would gain enough knowledge and experience to take the next step and learn how to modify and change the enchantments themselves, altering their function. And one day after that, far in the future, he just might learn enough to try creating an enchantment and a memory of his own. On the day he succeeded in that daunting endeavor. On that day, Sunny would earn the right to call himself a true sorcerer. On that day, he would become a weaver. Much later, Sunny emerged from his room, stared at the bright sun with a dissatisfied expression, yawned, and walked toward the spot where he and Kai usually practiced archery. His friend was already there, wearing his charred wooden mask. There was a bow in his hands and a quiver of arrows by his feet. Noticing the four-armed demon, Kai turned his head and waved, greeting him. "Good morning." Sunny rubbed his face, then revealed his sharp fangs in a frightening smile. "What's good about it? Doesn't matter. Shall we start?" The young man looked at him for a bit, then shrugged. "Sure, but where have you been these last few days?" Sunny blinked a couple of times. "In my room. Wait, a few days passed. I must have lost the track of time." Kai tilted his head, then suddenly glanced at Sunny's hands. "Oh, wait. Where is that emerald amulet Noctis gave you?" Sunny glanced down with a guilty look, lingered for a bit, and answered reluctantly. "Oh, that thing, I sort of broke it." The young man's eyes widened. "You broke? Wait, then how am I hearing you?" At that moment, Sunny grinned and produced a simple-looking rock from the folds of his black kimono, then proudly presented it to Kai. The archer stared at it with confusion. "Is it the ordinary rock?" Continuing to grin, Sunny shook his head. Then the rock suddenly spoke in his voice. "It was. But now. It is the extraordinary rock. I improved it, I guess. Now it can do the same thing as the amulet, but as an active enchantment. So no more blurting random thoughts for me. What a relief. I can curse out anyone I want in peace again. Can have some mental privacy again. It can also be really, really loud. So its name changed as well." Kai stared at him in bewilderment for a bit, then shook his head. "Well, this is great, but sadly, we don't have time to discuss it in detail. Or practice archery for that matter." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Really? Why?" The young man sighed, then stood up and picked up his quiver. "It's Noctis. He wants to see us." Chapter 696. Extraordinary Rock. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then sighed and followed Kai through the garden. He felt a little uneasy about meeting Noctis. Surely, he won't be mad at me for breaking his amulet. Well, who cares anyway? That slick bastard owes me too much, already. Destroying the emerald amulet had not been his plan. Sunny just really wanted to find a more efficient method of expressing himself, and the sorcerer's gift was the only thing in his possession that had a suitable enchantment. The problem was that the enchantment was made with runes and not a weave, so Sunny had no way to reproduce it. He could, however, try to turn the amulet into a memory. Sunny had already achieved something similar back in the Red Colosseum by weaving a basic enchantment of summoning into his slave collar. However, the process had never been completed because the enchantment was destroyed in the clash with the collar's own magic, lasting only long enough to allow him to escape the cage. Now, however, Sunny had plenty of time to make another attempt. This time, armed with his new knowledge, he had a far better chance of success. Of course, it was not guaranteed, so he started by experimenting with a beautifully crafted wooden chair in his room. Slowly and tediously, he created countless strings of the essence and weaved the 3 basic enchantments into the piece of furniture, only to see them and the soul shard he had used as an anchor disintegrate into a rain of ethereal sparks. After thinking for a while and replenishing his essence, Sunny repeated the process, but this time with one additional step. He also weaved his true name into the pattern, using it as the beacon for the enchantment that was responsible for connecting the memory to the owner's soul. And so, the chair became a memory of sorts. Now there was in the list of memories he owned, with a description that stated, this chair was turned into a memory by Lost from Light. For reasons unknown, the chair could be summoned and dismissed at will, and even repaired itself while stored within his soul. It could also be fed to Saint, increasing her shadow fragment count by 0.5 point, since the single soul shard Sunny had used to create the weave was of the awakened rank. Satisfied with that, Sunny waited for his cores to regenerate enough essence and repeated the process once again, now with the emerald amulet itself. Sadly, the result was not the same. He did manage to make the amulet into a memory. What was more, in the process, the spell itself transformed the enchantment of the amulet from runic to a weave, showing just how ingenious Weaver's creation was. However, the resulting pattern turned out to be unstable, perhaps because of the alien nature of the amulet's magic, or perhaps because Sunny did not know its name, or how to name it using strings. It began to slowly unravel almost immediately after the transformation. All Sunny could do was feverishly study the weave of the swiftly decaying memory before it completely fell apart. Soon, the amulet destroyed itself, but Sunny still managed to copy its enchantment onto the ordinary rock, as well as adding a new anchor to the weave of the rock, thus elevating it to the second tier. He also went ahead and copied the Sonorous enchantment onto it as well. When he did, the name of the memory changed, and the ordinary rock became the extraordinary rock. Overall, Sunny was very pleased with himself, not only because he managed to recreate another enchantment and confirm his ability to turn soul shards into food for his shadows, but also because he would finally be able to speak his mind, without speaking everything that was on his mind in the process. Gods knew he needed that. The only bad thing about the whole situation was that Noctis's gift was destroyed. But with some luck, the sorcerer would not even notice. Whatever, they met Effie near the wooden door. By now the little girl's bruises had healed and she looked like a vigorous, healthy child again. She was also gnawing on a large bone with a wild look on her face, seemingly making even the sailor dolls a bit nervous. Noticing the two of them, Effie smiled. "There you are," Kai greeted her and then asked, "Where's Cassie?" The little girl swung her bone, pointing at the flying ship that hovered above the sanctuary. "There, Noctis is too. Let's go." With that, she swallowed the remains of the bone and raised her hands, as if asking for a hug. Kai sighed, then picked her up and flew into the sky. Sunny grimaced, summoned the heavenly burden, and followed. Soon they landed on the deck of the ship and found Cassie there, already waiting for them. The sorcerer was some distance away, watering the sacred tree. The sight of him with a watering pot in hand was so mundane that it almost looked comical. The members of the cohort approached Noctis and then stopped, waiting respectfully for him to notice them. After a while, Sunny cleared his throat. Some time later, he growled loudly. Finally, the sorcerer flinched, then turned around and smiled. "Oh, you are finally here." Sunny nodded, then asked cautiously, "We are. What did you want to talk about?" Noctis scratched his chin, then sighed. "Well, it's time for the four of you to go and retrieve the ruby knife. It is not too far from here, being kept by a friend of mine. The whole trip should not take you more than a couple of days." "Sounds like another disaster." Sunny frowned, hesitated for a second, and then said, "And what exactly do we need to do to get the knife from your friend?" Noctis blinked a couple of times, a confused look on his face. "Oh, nothing. Just go there and tell her to give you the knife. As long as at least one of you is pure in heart and thought, she will. Can't be that easy." "And what does being pure even mean?" Sunny wanted to ask a few questions, but then changed his mind. Speaking with Noctis more than absolutely necessary was troublesome. It was also fruitless, since Noctis only ever revealed as much information as he wanted and never more than that. So he simply said, "And where does that friend of yours reside?" The immortal Transcendent smiled, then conjured a map of the Kingdom of Hope from somewhere and pointed to a particular island. "Here, see. It's really close." Sonny looked at where the sorcerer's manicured finger pointed and paled. He knew that island pretty well. It was the island of the tranquil, clear lake that he had been advised to never approach because the creature living in the lake was so terrifying that even Sky Tide did not dare to venture there. The creature was surely corrupted, and as for its rank, no one even had a guess. Rattled, he glanced at Noctis with a dark expression and growled, "Are you joking? There's a terrible, unsightly thing living in that lake." The sorcerer looked at him with reproach and then said bitterly, "Well, that unsightly thing is my friend. Shame on you, Sunless. Of all the creatures in the world, I thought that you would be the last to judge someone on their appearance. After all, you are a terrible and unsightly thing yourself, and yet we are best friends." Chapter 697. Friendly Visit. Sonny stared at the sorcerer for a few moments, unamused. He really wanted to retort but couldn't. The four-armed demon was indeed a fearsome and unsightly creature as far as humans were concerned, so denying it would have been a lie. And while the extraordinary rock could repeat his thoughts, the thoughts it spoke aloud still had to be truthful. With an irritated snarl, Sonny looked away and said, "Fine. We will retrieve the ruby knife from your friend that lives in the lake. However, it would only be polite for you to return the favor and give us something in return, don't you think? To avoid putting a strain on our own friendship, you know." These were more or less the exact words Noctis had used to lure him into a confrontation with Nightmare, so Sonny was pretty sure that the sorcerer would not be able to refuse his request. Indeed, the immortal looked at him with a pale smile, and then let out a slightly nervous laugh. "Oh, yes, you are right, of course, huh? Is there something particular you have in mind?" Sonny nodded. "As a matter of fact, I do." With that, he pulled an amulet in the form of an anvil from the folds of his kimono and handed it to Noctis. This was the charm Master Wealth had worn in the Night Temple to protect herself from Mordred. After her death, the small talisman remained in his possession, revealing that it was not a memory but an actual object. Considering its shape and the fame of the great clan Valor, especially when it came to forging weapons and tools, it was not hard to imagine how the charm came to be. However, that did not mean that Sonny understood how it worked, and he really needed to. Cassie was immune to Mordred's possession due to her blindness, and Sonny himself was protected by the army of shadows contained within his soul. Kai and Effie, however. When he imagined his friends meeting the Prince of Nothing, his blood turned cold. "I want you to make something similar to this." Noctis received that talisman and studied it with a curious smile. Slowly, however, the smile disappeared from his face. His gray eyes glinted with a strange emotion, and he said in a neutral tone, "Where did you get this?" Sonny shrugged. "Of an enemy's corpse. Well, more or less." "Why?" The sorcerer studied the small anvil for a bit more and then shook his head with a sigh. "I can't recreate this talisman. The sorcery used to enchant it is not something I have ever seen before. More than that, it was made for a reason that eludes me and by someone far more powerful than I am, which is a real feat, mind you, considering how mighty and talented I am. In any case, I can't do it. Think of something else." Noctis glanced at the anvil amulet with a frown and then returned it to Sonny. "Someone far more powerful." Sonny blinked a couple of times. Had Mordred's father created the talisman to ward off his son personally? Just how dreadful the sovereigns were to impress even an immortal saint of the bygone era. He lingered for a bit, then hid the little anvil and sighed. "All right then, I'll think of something else. We will discuss it after the ruby knife is in our hands." Noctis waved a hand and turned back to the sacred tree, then continued to water it. "Fine, fine. Just don't let your imagination run too wild. I am but a humble sorcerer, not an actual deity. I only look like one. Ah, yes, my heavenly beauty is indeed divine, Sunny sighed, then gestured to the other members of the cohort and turned around. It was time to visit another of the humble sorcerer's friends. 4 awakened were walking across the giant chain that swayed lightly, suspended between 2 skies, one blue and full of light, the other black and devoid of it. Well, to be more precise, only Sunny and Cassie were walking. Kai was levitating above the links of the ancient chain, while Effie was sitting comfortably on Sunny's shoulders. In fact, the little girl was fast asleep and drooling on his head. In other circumstances, Sunny would have been outraged and shaken the fiendish child awake, but right now, he was too preoccupied with grim thoughts. He wasn't even thinking about the creature they were about to face. No, his mind was still on the anvil talisman. Since Noctis was unable to create a second one, someone in their cohort was going to have to remain without any defense against the Prince of Nothing, and now Sunny had to decide who. Was he going to give the charm to Kai or to Effie? As if reading his thoughts, the little girl suddenly shifted, then yawned and opened her eyes. "God, Sunny, stop grinding your fangs so loud, will you? I can't sleep. What has gotten you so tense, anyway?" He hesitated for a few moments, then shared his concerns. Both Cassie and Kai listened as well, their faces turning as grim as his own. Effie, however, seemed unconcerned. "What, that's it? How is this a problem? Just give it to Kai, you doofus." Sunny jumped down to the next link, holding Effie's skinny legs to prevent her from falling off, and then asked, "Aren't you afraid of being consumed by Mordred?" The little girl grimaced. "You guys overestimate that Mordred guy a lot. He's not that dangerous." Everyone grew silent, looking at her with doubt. "Not dangerous. The 100 lost warriors, 2 ascended knights, and the whole of the northern reach of the Kingdom of Hope begged to differ." She shook her head. What made him dangerous were the 6 cores he possessed. Inside the Soul Sea, that guy can mirror the aspect of his enemy, correct? He can use the same abilities but charge them with the power of multiple cores. Effie snorted. "Well, he doesn't have 6 cores anymore. He only has 1. Maybe 2 or 3 if he was very diligent and managed to create new ones. Doesn't really matter. Point is, he sacrificed his personal power to create 5 mirror monsters, which made the overall threat he represents far greater, but the danger to one's soul far lesser." She thought for a bit and then added thoughtfully, "In fact, I would even say that what truly makes him dangerous are not his cores, but instead his skill and talent, his genius even when it comes to combat. The ability to mirror someone's aspect sounds terrifying, but think about it. How long did it take you to get a grasp on how to properly use your abilities? That guy has to fight someone with their own aspect seconds after coming in possession of it, which is not an easy feat." The little girl yawned again, and then settled into a more comfortable position. "More than that, he also inherits the person's flaw. So actually, it's just a question of skill and experience. Let him invade my Soul Sea. I'll teach him some manners." With that, Effie fell asleep once again. Sunny remained silent for a bit, then sighed and handed the anvil amulet to Kai, who received it with a doubtful expression on his face. Effie was not wrong. Now that Mordred did not possess an overwhelming advantage in raw power, this facet of his aspect was less dangerous. It all came down to the nature of the victim's abilities and their skill. Effie was far more skilled in combat than Kai was. More than that, her own aspect was all about physical might and melee combat, and he had never seen anyone more comfortable in their physicality than Effie. Even Mordred would find it difficult to utilize her aspect better. But still, looking ahead, he scowled and said, "Let's hope we won't have to find out whether you are right or not. There is still a chance that we will not become enemies with Mordred in this nightmare." Effie shifted slightly, then said in a sleepy voice, "Of course I'm right. Now let me nap in peace." However, instead of doing that, Sunny shook her awake. The little girl sighed with irritation. "What?" He simply pointed forward. We're here. Just 100 or so meters ahead, the slope of a flying island rose upward from the heavenly chain. They had reached the tranquil lake. Chapter 698. Creature of the Lake Sunny landed on the very edge of the island and froze there, looking forward with a dark expression on his bestial face. The others remained silent, too, feeling his unease and tension. The land in front of them seemed tranquil, beautiful, even. There was an expanse of vibrant green grass, and some distance away, it made way for the calm waters of a vast lake. Its surface was perfectly still and reflective, making it seem as though a piece of the blue sky above had somehow gotten embedded into the ground. A gentle wind caressed their faces, and nothing broke the peaceful silence except for the rustle of grass and the distant rattling of chains. And yet, Sonny couldn't help but feel a sense of imminent danger. He sighed and then glanced at his friends with uncertainty. "Should we summon our armor and weapons?" Kai hesitated for a moment, then said, "Wouldn't that be seen as a sign of distrust and hostility? Pure heart, pure thoughts, whatever that means." "Does not seem to fit with being armed and ready for a fight," Sonny grimaced. "Yeah, however, what if we do have to fight?" Effie smiled. "The four of us should be able to at least retreat safely should things go wrong. I mean, how terrible can that thing be?" Sonny shivered, then shook his head. "Terrible enough for saints to fear it. I've been to this island a few times in the future, but stuck to the edges, never approaching the lake. So I don't actually know what kind of a creature lives in its depths. However, I did see bones laying on the shore, and just those bones alone looked like they had belonged to things I would not want to meet." He hesitated for a while, then glanced at Cassie. "What do you think?" The young woman tilted her head a little, then said calmly, "I don't feel any danger. Maybe Noctis was honest this time." Sonny sighed. Cassie's intuition had guided each of them through countless dangers unscathed. If she felt that it was safe, there was a good reason to listen. That didn't mean that he had to be happy about it, though. "All right, no weapons or armor for now, just pure thoughts." Together they crossed the stretch of land between the edge of the island and the shore of the lake, stopping just a few steps away from the calm water. Because of how still and reflective it was, no one could peer beneath the surface. However, Sonny could feel something deep beneath the water. A vast and sprawling shad, ancient, deep, unfathomable. He shivered. Sonny lingered for a bit, then cleared his throat and, feeling extremely stupid, addressed the lake. I am here to retrieve the ruby knife. Please give it to me." There was a gust of wind and nothing happened. Is it because of Harper or all the things I've done to survive in the outskirts?" A few moments later, Effie laughed. "Oh, I guess you are not pure, Sonny, who would have thought?" He gritted his teeth, then growled at her angrily. "Go and try yourself, then." The little girl shook her head vigorously. No one has ever accused me of being pure, I think. Although," she thought for a bit and then shrugged. "I guess I am in the body of a child." The girl climbed down from Sonny's shoulders, approached the water, and stretched out a hand. "Can I please have the knife, Auntie from the lake?" Once again, nothing happened. Effie remained there for a few moments, then sighed and took a step back. Figures. Finally, both of them turned and stared at Kai. The young man hesitated for a few moments, then shook his head. "I think Cassie should try." Sonny and Effie glanced at each other, a little surprised, then shrugged and made way for the blind girl to approach the water. There was no harm in trying anyway. Cassie lingered for a few moments, then sighed and walked toward the shore. Stopping mere centimeters from the calm water, she lowered her head and said simply, "I am here for the ruby knife." At first, Sonny thought that she had failed as well. But then the young woman suddenly paled and took a step back. There was a ripple on the surface of the lake, and although the vast shadow hidden within it did not move, something suddenly appeared from beneath the water. A pale, white hand that held a long knife, which seemed to be made of solidified blood. The hand rose from the water and offered it to Cassie, who suddenly trembled with her whole body and took another step back, shaking her head with a panicked look. Then, however, she stopped. Her bloodless lips turned into a straight line, and gritting her teeth, the young woman returned to the shore. There she knelt and leaned forward, taking the ruby knife from the deathly white hand. The hand let go of it easily and disappeared back into the water, and soon, nothing but a slowly dissipating ripple remained to remind them of its existence. Sonny observed all of this in shock. It didn't move, or the shadow did not even move. He was about to say something, but then the water rippled again, and another hand emerged, this one black as coal and holding nothing. It slowly moved toward Cassie, then rose and softly caressed her cheek. The young woman flinched when the black flesh touched her, but remained in place. A few seconds later, the black hand retreated back into the lake as well. Cassie only moved when the ripples were gone, standing up and turning to them with a distant expression on her beautiful face. In the spot where the black hand touched her cheek, her skin turned gray and opened, drops of blood rolling down her chin. She was holding the ruby knife in her trembling hands. Sonny finally found himself able to speak. What the hell was that? Cassie remained motionless for a while, then suddenly shivered. I don't know. Let's just get out of here, please. He frowned, but did not object. To tell the truth, Sonny couldn't wait to get away from the lake himself. As they were walking away, he briefly turned and looked at the tranquil water one last time. Was it an illusion, or did the reflection of the sky on its surface seem darker? As they were walking back across the chains, he looked at Kai and asked, a bit of curiosity finding its way into his voice. How did you know that it will give the knife to Cassie? The blind girl turned her head slightly, as if equally interested to hear the answer. Even Effie seemed stumped. The young man glanced at them and shrugged, smiling beneath his wooden mask. Pure heart, pure thoughts, all of us wondered what that means, right? Well, I think we all made a mistake, because it didn't really matter how we understood it. The only thing that mattered was how Noctis had understood it centuries ago when he entrusted the knife to the creature. He grew silent for a bit and then added, he gave the ruby knife away after finding out that Hope was driving the chain lords mad, fearing what he might do with it should the worst happen. So to him, purity of heart and thought meant something very specific, the ability to remain of clear mind, true to his oath, and loyal to his sacred duty. And while none of us is perfect, Cassie is the most clear-headed and dutiful person I know. Sonny tilted his head, not sure if he agreed with that statement. The creature of the lake had, though, which meant that Kai was at least partially right, or it had all been just a coincidence. As he was remembering the past with a dark expression on his face, the young man suddenly spoke again, his voice hoarse and somber. That was why Noctis had sent us to retrieve the knife instead of coming himself, I guess. Because he has gone mad, betrayed his oath, and abandoned his duty. And we are helping him walk even further on that path. Walk further into the madness, until he reaches its end. Chapter 699. Reverse scale. The journey back was, sadly, uneventful. Sonny had hoped that they would stumble upon a few nightmare creatures, but this close to the sanctuary, there weren't many except for those too powerful for the cohort to attack without a serious reason and thorough preparations. Come to think, these powerful abominations were probably the reason why the weaker ones kept away. Perhaps that was why Noctis had not eradicated them. Well, that, or he was simply too lazy. They returned to the sorcerer's stronghold at dawn and went to find him without wasting any time. However, Noctis was not at his residence, and the wooden door remained shut. Eventually, they located him at the far side of the island, where the immortal was making a statue. There were several giant slabs of marble laying on the ground, and a dozen or so chisels hacking at them without anyone's help. The sorcerer stood some distance away, his luscious black hair powdered by marble dust, and watched it all with a satisfied expression on his face while sipping from a glass of wine. The first of the statues seemed to be close to completion and resembled something. It might have been a human or a horse. Sonny found it hard to tell. Noticing them, Noctis grinned. "Oh, you're back. Then he looked at the hideous stone abomination and raised his chin proudly. "What do you think, majestic right?" Sonny hesitated for a few moments and then said cautiously, That is one word to describe it without a doubt. But what is it?" The sorcerer frowned with confusion. "What do you mean? It's me. A monument to me, that is. I have decided to grace the generations to come with a vision of my matchless beauty. They deserve the privilege of witnessing it as well. Who am I to devoid people of such blessing?" He glanced at the terrifying marble monster, scratched the back of his head, and added, "Of course, I might have failed to grasp a couple of nuances of the sculpting art just yet. This one is really not too bad, but it is just the first attempt. Luckily, I have plenty of these slabs to practice. 7 should be enough to reach perfection. Well, maybe 14 or 20. Sonny stared at the hideous statue for a bit, quite sure that it looked more like a monstrous gargoyle than Noctis. Then he shook his head and said, "Good for you. Meanwhile, we have retrieved the ruby knife, so what comes next?" The sorcerer remained silent for a while, then sighed despondently. "I guess it's time to take a break. Come, let's have something to eat and drink, of course, and discuss the future. Now that the knives are in our possession, the future will surely be upon us soon enough." Some time later, they were enjoying a light breakfast in the shade of the ancient tree that grew in the heart of the sanctuary. Noctis poured himself some wine, then offered them a polite smile. "You must be curious about what happens next." The 4 of them glanced at each other, then nodded. The sorcerer shrugged. "Well, to be honest, nothing much. By now the other chain lords already know that I am collecting the knives. The death of the one in the north would have distracted them for a bit, but at the same time, it would have made my actions look much more suspicious. So they will hold a council and decide how to act." He took a sip of wine and smiled. However, getting Solving and Severus into one room is not an easy task. It will take them some time to come together. After that, predictably, they will send a herald to give me some sort of an ultimatum. And only then, after their polite request is denied, will they act, joining forces to invade my lands, capture me, and make me bitterly regret the fact I am immortal. Noctis shook his head, then laughed. Sonny, on the other hand, shivered and asked, his voice full of tension, "Is this really something to laugh about? How are we going to repel an attack of 3 transcendents?" The sorcerer grew silent, then shook his head. Well, simple really, we won't." He took another sip of wine and looked up at the flying ship that hovered above them. "Instead, we will attack them first. We will lay siege to the Ivory City." Noticing their stunned gazes, Noctis laughed again. Children, you are so fun to talk to." These expressions are priceless. However, even younglings like you should have learned by now that having more power doesn't always mean achieving victory. The 3 lords that oppose us are very powerful indeed, but they are not without weaknesses. He paused and then looked at them, his eyes glinting with a hint of moonlight. "To tell you the truth, neither Solving nor the Sun Prince concern me that much. The only one worth being scared of, the only one who can defeat me, is Severus, the Ivory Lord. That dreadful dragon, because between all 7 of the chain lords, only he and I belong to divine bloodlines. Only the 2 of us trace our lineage to gods." Sonny frowned. "Wait, aren't Severus and the Sun Prince brothers? How come he is the only one with a divine lineage?" Noctis shrugged. "All kinds of strange things happen when it comes to gods. Who knows? In any case, he is the only brother who inherited the fire, and he is formidable for it beyond words. So we won't be able to defeat Severus unless we strike at his flaw." Sonny froze. "You know his flaw?" The sorcerer smiled gingerly, then chuckled. "Of course. We immortals spent more than 1,000 years bound together. I know all of their flaws and they know mine, but Severus, that guy is rather special. In a sense, he actually has 3. Noctis grew silent for a few moments, taking a sip from his glass. Then he sighed and said with a hint of sadness, "One is his actual flaw, the other is his brother, and the last one, the direst of them all, is his city. He looked at the beautiful garden of the sanctuary, his face turning cold and ruthless. By using all three, we will destroy him. Chapter 700. Blood of the Moon. No one dared to speak for a few moments, unnerved by the sudden change in the sorcerer's mood. After a while, though, Effie tugged on his sleeve and asked, care to elaborate? Grandpa Noctis. Noctis looked at her absent-mindedly, then flinched and jerked his sleeve away, wiping the spot where the little girl touched it with a repulsed look. Gee, Grandpa, who are you calling a grandpa, you critter? He moved his chair away from Effie and stared at her menacingly for a moment, then threw a hurt look at Sunny. Sunny shrugged. You are 1,000 years older than her. The sorcerer opened his mouth with a deeply offended expression, then puffed and looked away. After a long and poignant pause, he continued. Anyway, as I was saying, Severus has 3 weaknesses. The first one is his flaw. He is incredibly powerful during the day, but nearly powerless during the night. The second one is his brother. Surprising, I know, considering what he did to the poor guy. But the Ivory Lord still genuinely cares about his younger sibling. In fact, that is probably the only thing he cares about anymore, apart from his duty and principles. Noctis grew quiet for a moment and then added in a somber tone, and the third one is his city. That Severus loves his people, but he also hates them. They are a burden that weighs heavily on his soul, one that he cannot escape. Their relationship had long been perverted by hope and by his own stubborn unwillingness to give up. Noble, righteous Severus, he might seem like the sanest among us, but in reality he is the closest to utter madness. All it will take to send him over the edge is one push. The immortal Transcendent sighed, then shook his head reproachfully. That guy, truly, he has always been too serious. You can't survive in this place without a sense of humor, even if you are immortal. The sorcerer giggled at his own joke and then looked at them with a relaxed smile. So, we will attack at night, when the ivory dragon Severax is at his weakest, and we will kill his younger brother before dawn. That will be the push that sends him into the abyss and dooms him. Sunny shivered, looked at the immortal Transcendent and asked cautiously, Is it wise to drive a dragon insane? Hearing this, Noctis simply laughed. Of course. Severus the Ivory Lord is fearsome and dreadful, but Severax the dragon is just a mindless beast. Killing a beast is not too difficult for a cunning hunter, and while I might not be as righteous and as noble as Severus, his smile disappeared and his eyes suddenly shone with pale light. I am Blood of the Moon, beast god. The god of hunters. With that, the sorcerer leaned back and took a sip of his wine, slowly returning to his usual carefree self. Granted, I have not hunted for a while. The wilderness is just so ghastly, you know, the dirt, the insects, the fashion. Oh, the horror, he sighed heavily and then smiled again. Sunny hesitated for a bit. There was a question that he really wanted to ask but was not sure that he should. Finally, he said, What is your flaw then? I know that it is not the kind of question people ask or answer, but our lives will be depending on your fight with the dragon. I think we have the right to know. Noctis waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing much. More or less the exact opposite of his. I am at my strongest under the moonlight but grow weak in the sunlight. No reason to hide it from friends. He thought for a bit and then added, Solvin's flaw is perhaps the most cruel. She is cursed with beguiling beauty. Being with her slowly drives people mad with longing and lust like an insidious drug. The more someone spends time with her, the more they want to possess her, eventually giving in to irresistible desire. A terrible fate, no doubt, but not exactly something we can use. Unless, of course, one of you know, let's not think about that. Noctis grinned, then shook his head. The Sun Prince's flaw, well, it doesn't matter anymore. Now that he is encased in that steel monstrosity and almost mindless, we won't be able to make use of it anyway. We will just have to kill him in a straightforward manner. So, do you guys have questions? The 4 of them looked at each other, and after a long pause, Kai asked hoarsely, Yes, Lord Noctis, just one. When we attack the Ivory City at night and you are fighting the Sun Prince and Solvin, what exactly are we four supposed to do?" The sorcerer stared at them in confusion, then raised an eyebrow. "Why is it not clear? While I am preoccupied with the Chain Lords, you will simply have to destroy the Sun Legion and the army of the Red Colosseum." He thought for a bit and then added, "Well, if you somehow fail to destroy them, at least keep them away from me for a while. Solvin and the Sun Prince, shouldn't take me too long. I think you will manage." At the precipice of night, Sunny came to the edge of the island alone and stood there for a while, shrouded in shadows. Now that things were nearing the final stage, there was a lot he had to think about. There was the seemingly insane plan of attacking the Ivory City, the battle the cohort was going to wage against two armies while saints fought in the skies above them. And then there was Mordred, who remained an unknown variable in this whole mess. What concerned him the most, however, was his unformed fourth core. Going into the dire battle as a devil would have been far better. What's more, he couldn't allow himself to undergo the debilitating process of forming a new core in the midst of the furious clash. With the culmination of the nightmare swiftly approaching, he had no more time left to slowly seek out and kill nightmare creatures. And so, Sunny was forced to do something that he had always been reluctant to do. With a sign, he summoned his shadows. The taciturn knight, the Stygian steed, and the tenebrous serpent appeared in front of him, their figures drowning in the darkness. Two of his shadows slid forward and wrapped themselves around Nightmare and the Soul Serpent, with only the gloomy one remaining at his feet. Sunny lingered for a bit and then said, "Go, travel far and wide, seek out nightmare creatures and kill them. I need you to hunt for me instead of with me for a while." He paused and then added somberly, "Be careful, however. This world is a dangerous place. No matter how strong you are, how powerful you are, there is always someone or something far stronger, especially when you are alone. So don't let yourself get destroyed. All right?" Saint stared at him for a few moments, then outstretched a hand. After he placed the hilt of the scarlet Odachi in it, she silently turned around and jumped down, landing on the links of the heavenly chain far below. Nightmare and the Soul Serpent dashed in opposite directions, soon disappearing from view. Just like that, Sunny was left alone. He remained motionless for a few moments, then sighed and looked down at the gloomy shadow. "I guess it's just you and me again, like good old times, huh?" The shadow stared at him darkly for a second and then raised a hand, clearly unsure what good times he was talking about exactly. Sunny smiled. "Yeah, love you too, buddy." Shadow Slave Audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 701. 4 hunters. Soon after the shadows left, the connection Sunny shared with them grew faint. He could still feel their existence, but not much beyond that. The same happened with the happy and creepy shadows when Nightmare and the Soul Serpent left the range of shadow control, which had grown to about 4 kilometers. He lost the ability to perceive them, and the world through them. Sunny felt that they were out there somewhere, but that was it. The sudden loss of being able to see and hear through 2 out of his 3 shadows was abrupt and jarring, as though he had suddenly lost an eye and a limb. It made Sunny feel very uncomfortable. Not only was his power severely diminished in the absence of his loyal companions, making him extremely vulnerable, but he also worried about them. There had been many opportunities to send Saint away to hunt on her own in the past, but Sunny never did. The risk was just too high. Both for the shadow and for himself, they were stronger together. Shadows were not meant to be apart from their master, but there was no other choice now. He did not know when the 3 chain lords were going to act exactly, but there was not much time left before. Before the final confrontation began, Sunny had to become a devil. Neff was already a tyrant after all. It would not do to let her remain so far ahead. With a sigh, he turned around and walked back to his room. The gloomy shadow followed, trying to not show that it, too, missed its siblings. The shadows were gone, but there was still a lot Sunny had to do. He had to prepare himself for the battle, both mentally and physically. The next few days passed without too much happening. Sunny trained archery with Kai, practiced swordsmanship with Cassie, and sharpened his mastery of the spear with Effie's help. The other three were busy with their own preparations as well. From time to time, all four left the sanctuary to hunt and put their teamwork to the test. Sunny received a few fragments from those small expeditions as well. In the night, he continued to experiment with weaving. However, he was also careful to get enough sleep. It would not do to go into the final battle exhausted. After several days of this, while Sunny was laying in bed, the spell suddenly whispered into his ear, "You have slain a fallen monster, veiled slayer. Your shadow grows stronger." Sunny sat up and stared into the darkness, tense. So one of them had found a prey. He did not know which one it was, saint, serpent, or nightmare, or even if they were wounded in the fight. All he knew was that one of his shadows had emerged victorious and was not destroyed. After that first kill, the shadow fragments started to pour into his soul frequently, making the goal of forming a new core before the fateful clash seem less hopeless. In the meantime, all Sunny could do was carry on. 2 weeks of practicing weaving later, he could proudly say that he had successfully managed to destroy 38 out of the 39 memories received in the Red Colosseum. The only one remaining was the emerald bone flute. However, that saved him from damaging his actual memories, at least. After the initial success of transplanting enchantments, Sunny found out that it was not as easy as he had thought. Well, it had never really been easy, but now he realized that there were more things he had to consider than simply the pattern of the weave itself. Each memory had a certain capacity when it came to accommodating enchantments. The more powerful an enchantment was, the more burden it put on the weave. To withstand it, weaves needed to be moored to anchors, each serving as a nexus for the strings of essence. Sunny created those anchors from soul shards. The more he used, the higher the tier of the memory was, and the higher its capacity. However, the rank of the shards also played a role, albeit in a slightly different manner. Apart from capacity, weaves also had a threshold of intensity they could withstand. More powerful enchantments put too much strain on the strings and the anchors, and so both the strings and the anchors had to be of a high enough rank to endure it. Additionally, only the weakest of enchantments could be activated passively, relying on the memory's own ambient soul, energy. Everything else would only function when saturated by the flow of essence from the wielder's soul. But that was not all. Sunny had found out the hard way that not all memories could accommodate all enchantments, regardless of whether they had enough capacity and tolerance. Some were simply not meant for each other. He suspected that the name of the memory, and therefore its nature, played a role in that. He had transferred the Sonorous enchantments to the Silver Bell and the Ordinary Rock, and also made the Ordinary Rock, which had been able to repeat the sounds it heard, repeat the words Sunny thought of as well. Both of these changes improved upon the original qualities of the memories, instead of introducing something entirely new. They were not in conflict with their natures. However, when he tried to do something more radical, the results were disastrous. He could not add an enchantment meant to destroy to a memory that was meant to protect, unless he wanted the whole weave to break apart. It was not easy to understand the true nature of memories, however. The Patient Avenger, for example, was a shield, and its purpose was to protect its master. And yet, that shield possessed enchantments capable of sowing utter devastation on the battlefield. So it took Sunny a lot of time and a lot of wasted memories to get an initial grasp on the nuances of what enchantments he could transfer and where. The hint was under his nose the whole time. The name of the memory hid the secret of its nature. He was still unable to fully grasp it, but after destroying dozens of memories, Sunny managed to develop an intuitive sense that allowed him to glean the general direction of things at least. It was not much, but it was something. At the start of their 5th month in the nightmare, Sonny found himself on a somewhat familiar island. Some distance away from him, a forest of tall trees stood, darkness nesting between their trunks. The forest looked different from how it had been in the future. There the trees were twisted and bent, their bark turned dark and rough. But here they had no need to change and adapt to the devastating burden of the crushing yet. And so the forest stood tall. The wolves, however, were more or less the same. The nightmare creature lunging at him was the size of a small truck, with fur as tough as steel wire and a long, terrifying muzzle. Its jaws were wide enough to bite a human in half, and strong enough to crush both bones and armor into dust. As the giant beast jumped at him, Sonny dodged left and allowed Effie to barrel into the creature, her fist sending it flying to the ground with a whimper. A second later, an arrow landed from above, piercing one of the wolf's paws and nailing it to the ground. A slender rapier flashed through the air, doing the same with another. Effie appeared near the wolf, pressing it down with all her inhuman strength, and shouted, "Come on, the bastard is strong, are really strong." Sonny did not make them wait. Jumping forward, he brandished the cruel sight and buried it between the abomination's 6 glowing eyes. Almost instantly, the flame of madness burning in them dimmed and then was extinguished. Sonny sighed as the spell whispered, "You have slain a fallen monster, dread wolf. Your shadow grows stronger." He did not need the help of the cohort to slay a dread wolf, of course. These vile beasts were easy prey for someone like him. He did, however, require their assistance for what was about to happen next. Summoning the runes, Sonny found the familiar string of them. The runes read, "Shadow Fragments, 3000/3000. He prepared himself, and a moment later, the voice of the spell resounded once again, "Your shadow is overflowing with power." It was time for him to become a devil. Chapter 702. The devil you know. Sonny sighed, then dismissed the runes, feeling the familiar heat igniting deep within his soul, growing stronger and stronger with each breath. Effie and Kai looked at him, curiosity and concern mixing in their eyes. Cassie silently retrieved the quiet dancer and turned away, listening to the dark forest that surrounded them. A few moments later, the little girl asked, "So, what exactly happens now?" Sonny gave her a grim look. "Now I will scream and thrash for a while. Forming a new core is probably the 3rd worst pain I have ever experienced, and that was just the demon core. Damnation." Effie blinked a couple of times. "What are the 2nd and the absolute worst then?" He hesitated for a bit and then said hoarsely, "Attaining a demon's lineage was pretty bad, but the most terrible thing by far was catching a glimpse of fate. That one I only survived by accident." The gloomy shadow shivered, remembering their past. Sonny, meanwhile, scoffed. "Being gutted by the Black Knight did not even make the list. Maybe I need to rethink my life choices." At that moment, the heat burning within his soul reached a critical point, and the spell whispered into his ear, "Your shadow is taking shape." A blinding pain exploded in his chest, sending Sonny to his knees. He gritted his teeth and remained silent, refusing to let out a shriek, a wail, or even a growl. This was not his first time experiencing that pain, even though, this time, it was far more intense. A human soul was not meant to contain many cores. That was the conclusion Sonny had come to a while back, thinking about how the process of awakening was pleasant and euphoric, but gaining new cores and a demon's lineage was harrowing and torturous. Humans were meant to walk the path of ascension, but becoming a different type of creature was against their nature. And Weaver's lineage was simply against all nature. It was aberrant and forbidden, something that was never meant to exist at all. Arg! The pain grew stronger and stronger and then stronger still. Just like before, he felt as though his soul was being torn apart, something rising from its depths and cutting his very being with its sharp edges. However, Sonny was used to this torment. He accepted it, allowed himself to dissipate into it, and endured. However, then, something entirely unexpected happened. As his soul was going through a transformation, his body followed suit as well, catching him by surprise. This time, Sunny failed to suppress a scream and fell to the ground in convulsions. Effie and Kai stared at him with worry. Curse it. What the hell? It felt as though his bones were breaking, his muscles were tearing, and his skin was on fire. Sunny clawed at the ground, then raised his head and let out a deafening, furious roar. As it rolled across the forest, the roar changed, growing lower and more frightening. Finally, an eternity later, the heat consuming his soul grew cold and his tortured body was released from the cage of suffering. Sunny exhaled hoarsely, then relaxed and remained laying on the grass motionless. The voice of the spell resounded from the darkness, echoing between the ancient trees. "Your shadow is complete." And a few moments later he heard another voice, this one soft and childish. "God damn. He is even bigger now." Sunny slowly stood up, intending to take a look at his runes. However, even before that, he noticed that something was different. The ground was considerably further down than it had been before. Huh! Effie and Kai were staring at him, forgetting their task of watching out for a potential attack. Luckily, Cassie was still vigilant. Sunny frowned, then glanced down to take a look at his own body as well. It seemed that because he was in a body of a creature, the transformation into a devil changed it too. The shadow demon devil grew even taller, now standing at almost 3 meters of height. His skin had turned into a darker shade of gray, and his claws seemed as if they were cut out of glossy morion. Through the eyes of his shadow, Sunny could see that his horns had grown longer and sharper as well. More than that, there were now 4 of them. Well, 3.5, considering that one had been broken in the ferocious fight with the ascended war maiden Hilda, and his eyes, which had been entirely black previously, now seemed like 2 pools of eerie darkness. The shadow spawn had been fearsome before, but now he was simply terrifying. Even Sunny himself would not have been happy to meet this towering fiend on a moonless night. Effie shook his head, then looked away. "My neck hurts from staring at you. Is this how everyone feels when they're talking to me?" Kai hesitated, then smiled slightly. "Ah well, that is presuming that they are looking at your face," the little girl snorted. "Wow, good one, you've been hanging out with Sunny way too much it seems. Or, with me?" Ignoring her jabs, Sunny curiously looked at the ground. He had gained a new shadow. After all, what would its personality be? 2 identical shadows of a 4-armed devil were there, staring at each other. Nevertheless, to Sunny, they seemed very different. One was gloomy and glowering, full of bad mood and disdain. The other was also full of disdain, but of another kind. The new guy somehow managed to seem noble and gallant despite being the exact copy of the other shadow, looking at it with arrogant contempt. They were of the exact same height, and yet the haughty shadow somehow made it seem as if it was looking down at the gloomy one and everyone else, for that matter. Back when the creepy shadow appeared, it lost the staring contest to the gloomy shadow. The haughty shadow, however, did not seem impressed even a little bit. It was as though the very thought of looking away was beneath it. So the 2 of them just continued to drill holes into each other with disdainful stares, unperturbed. Sunny groaned, then covered his face with a hand. "Oh gods, there's 2 of them now." Observing the staring contest, Sunny sighed. He was beginning to miss the happy shadow, that hopeless fool, something that had never thought he would ever feel. Shaking his head, Sunny looked away from the shadows and summoned the runes. The familiar symbols shimmered in the air in front of him. Name, sunless. True name, lost from light. Rank, awakened. Class, devil. Shadow cores, 4/7. Shadow fragments, 0/4000. A tired but satisfied smile appeared on his lips. With a 4th core, his power would increase significantly. His essence reserves had grown, the range of shadow control had expanded, and most importantly, he now had an additional shadow to augment either himself, his memories, or his shadows. He could increase his physical prowess 5-fold, or send one each to Saint, Serpent, and Nightmare while leaving one for himself. And that was not all. The Soul Serpent evolved its class when Sunny did, so it should have become a devil as well. That would make it the most powerful, at least in terms of pure status shadow of his. Not wasting any time, Sunny summoned the serpent's runes. Somewhat tense, he read, Shadow, Soul Serpent, Shadow rank ascended, Shadow class devil, Shadow attributes, Shadow guide, Soul weapon, Soul beast. Sunny was both glad and worried. Glad because his shadow had attained a new class, but worried because he did not see any new attributes. The transformation to a devil was supposed to gift creatures terrible and unnatural powers. However, the serpent was a bit strange in that regard. It had received a new ability out of order when rising to a new rank, so would it receive anything now? Luckily, he was wrong to fear. Looking lower, Sunny saw a few new runes among the serpent's abilities. Shadow abilities: Serpentine Steel, Soul Reaver, Grace of Shadows, Formless. The Formless one was new. Sunny concentrated on it and studied the description curiously. A moment later, a strange sound escaped from his lips. The runes read, Formless Ability Description. When in the soul beast form, the serpent can assume the shape of any shadow contained within its master's soul, inheriting all powers and abilities. The shadow must be of the same or lower rank and class than the soul serpent for the transformation to take place, and won't be consumed in the process. Chapter 703. Way back soon after settling into his new and improved body, Sunny dismissed his shadows. He expected them to instantly return to his cores, but this time there was a delay. It seemed that he had to wait for some time before Saint, Nightmare, and the Soul Serpent returned. And then there were the happy and the creepy shadows. Poor guys were going to have to come back the usual way, by gliding across the Kingdom of Hope one island at a time. They were swift and sneaky, so Sunny was not too worried about them. He also knew that the shadows always sensed in which direction to go to return to their master. Sunny had gained this bit of knowledge a while back, when his experiments with Shadow Step left the gloomy guy outside of the range of shadow control. The shadow had swiftly returned, acting even more petulant and moody than usual. Its mood had only grown worse when Sunny decided to try and repeat the accident a few more times, just to make sure. But as the result, he learned that once separated from him, the shadows would always try to find their way back to their master, somehow sensing where he was. And speaking of shadows, the haughty newcomer was still acting cavalier, radiating a disdainful certainty that it was, without a doubt, better and more distinguished than everyone, and everything in every way imaginable. Sunny shook his head and silently commanded the haughty shadow to wrap itself around his body, which it did, but not before giving him a look that clearly expressed how utterly beneath itself the arrogant guy considered such a trivial task to be. The members of the cohort had already collected the soul shards from the slain abominations, so there was nothing holding them on the island anymore. They started the journey back to the sanctuary and returned to it at dusk. On the way, Sunny was trying to get used to his new physique. Sure, the shadow spawn had grown taller and more powerful, but as a side effect of that, he had to relearn how to move in this towering body all over again. The shock was not as dire as when he had first appeared in the nightmare, but it would still require some time for Sunny to be able to adjust his mindset and battle technique for this new circumstance. Tired after the day of hunting nightmare creatures and traversing the heavenly chains, the four of them separated to go to their rooms. Reaching his own, Sunny fell on the bed, which was not a bit too short for him, and stared at the ceiling for some time, feeling restless and grim. Today, he had accomplished something that he never thought would be possible in such a short span of time. He had formed the fourth shadow core and become a devil. He was now more powerful than he had ever been, with three mighty shadows by his side, an arsenal of powerful memories at his disposal, and even possessing a nascent knowledge of sorcery and weaving. In fact, Sunny suspected that there had never been an awakened as powerful as him, except, of course, for Mordred. At least until Nephi's returned from being lost in the dream realm and awakened herself. And yet, he couldn't help but wonder, would that be enough for what was about to come? And if he survives the nightmare, would it still be possible for him to hide his strength and avoid the gaze of sovereigns? Tormented by these questions, Sunny remained awake for a long time and then finally fell into the embrace of shallow sleep. When the morning came, he opened his eyes and instantly sensed a difference. His heart felt at ease somehow, complete. His shadows had returned while he slept. Luckily, all three had survived their task. However, they were not unscathed. Both Nightmare and the Soul Serpent bore many wounds, and nestled in the nurturing black flames of his cores, slumbering as their bodies restored themselves. Saint was banged up too, but to a much lesser extent. Even though she had not had the company of a shadow, the taciturn knight fared much better than the other two. Well, that was not a surprise. She possessed attributes that specifically made her tremendously stalwart and durable after all. Plus, Saint was Saint. In any case, she was going to heal and recover much faster. The happy and creepy shadows had returned as well, and were now staring at their new sibling, the former with delighted excitement, the latter with dark and disturbing fascination. The haughty shadow ignored their stares and pretended that the others did not exist, looking past them with flawlessly disdainful indifference. What a character! Sunny smiled, then commanded the three shadows to wrap themselves around his body, leaving only the gloomy one on the ground. Finally feeling like himself, he climbed out of bed, freshened up, and went to find Noctis. There was a lot they had to discuss. When he saw the sorcerer, however, the words died on his tongue. Noctis was not on board his flying ship, and neither was he on the edge of the island, sculpting his terrible statues. Instead, the immortal transcendent had returned to his residence, for once. The wooden door stood open, and the sailor dolls let Sunny through without sparing him a single glace. The interior of the sorcerer's quarters had changed once again. The floor stood cracked and broken, mounds of stone shards arching upward, as if displaced by something rising from below. The circle of runes was broken as well, devoid of any essence and utterly empty. That, however, was not what scared Sunny. What made him stumble instead was that Noctis was not holding a glass of wine, as had been his habit. Instead, the sorcerer was whistling a carefree tune and brewing himself tea. Sunny froze. Oh crap! What had it been that the sorcerer told him soon after they met? Gather the knives, start a war against both the Ivory City and the Red Colosseum, kill all of the Chain Lords, defy the Lord of Light, break the will of gods, release the demon of desire out of her prison, and have a cup of tea. But then Noctis corrected himself and said that he should probably have tea first. Sunny gulped. It's starting, chapter 704, a cup of tea. As Sunny was standing still, petrified by what he saw, Noctis finished brewing the tea and poured the amber liquid into a beautiful porcelain cup. Then the sorcerer raised it to his face, inhaled the fragrant steam, and let out a satisfied sigh. Then, noticing an unexpected guest, he glanced at Sunny and smiled. Sunless, what a nice surprise. Wait, did something about you change? The sorcerer tilted his head with a confused expression, studied the towering figure of the shadow devil for a few moments, and then suddenly brightened up. Oh, it's your horn. When did you break it? Really? That is what he noticed. Sunny stared at the cup in the immortal's hands, then grasped the extraordinary rock. He didn't really have to hold the memory to make use of it, but at the moment, Sunny was experiencing a desperate need to hold on to something. Anything. Taking a careful breath, he gripped the rope and said hoarsely, "Back in the Temple of the Chalice. You are drinking tea." Noctis lingered for a bit, glanced at his cup, and then smiled. What a prudent observation. Come, let's not let this nice tea get cold. With that, the sorcerer turned around and headed deeper into his residence, gesturing for Sunny to follow. The teapot flew into the air and hovered above the immortal's shoulder as well. As soon as Sonny made a step forward, however, Noctis suddenly turned, looked at him with a strange expression and said, try not to step on anything that seems to be. Actually, just don't move at all. We don't want for anything to happen, right?" At that moment the chamber trembled again and more cracks appeared on its stone floor. Sonny stared down with a somber expression, then sighed and used Shadow Step to appear near the sorcerer. "Why? What's under there?" Noctis smiled. "Oh, nothing. Just a memento from an old friend. Don't worry about it." Sonny, however, did worry. He was not a complete fool. The vast circle of runes, the torrential flood of soul essence that the sorcerer saturated it with, the pool of blood that the ancient stones had absorbed, all of it pointed to something dreadful being imprisoned, or maybe created, there in the darkness of the earth. However, he thought better of asking any questions, and simply followed Noctis to the stone stairs situated on the other side of the chamber. Using them, they ascended to the top of the ring of giant menhirs and sat down at an elegant wooden table. The sorcerer leaned back in his chair, gazed upon the breathtaking vista of the Kingdom of Hope, and took a sip of tea with an expression of deep satisfaction on his face. Sonny lingered for a few moments, giving Noctis time to enjoy himself, and then asked, "It has begun, hasn't it? The other chain lords, they are ready to make their move." The sorcerer took another sip, sighed, and then said in a relaxed tone, "Oh, indeed. I suspect that their herald will arrive in a few days, so you might want to relax for a bit. Enjoy the tea. This will probably be the last moment of peace you will have for a while, Sunless, or maybe even the very last." Sonny remained silent for a long time, a myriad of important questions pressing on his mind. But then he simply shook his head, chased them away, and poured some tea into a delicate cup that stood on the table, as if waiting for him. Neither of them spoke for a while, enjoying the fragrant drink and the beautiful sight of the flying islands in peace. Despite the approaching doom, the world felt tranquil and warm here, on the parapet of the sanctuary. After a while, Noctis sighed and said in a wistful tone, "I am going to miss this, I think." Then he glanced at Sonny and asked with a hint of curiosity in his voice, "Tell me, Sunless, why are you here? It is no surprise that someone like me would want a free hope, but what would compel a shadow like you to attempt it as well? You must know the risk." Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. "To tell you the truth, I don't really know. I used to know, or at least think that I knew. I had lofty desires, to grow stronger than others, to break free from the chains of fate, and maybe I harbor those desires still. But after coming to this cursed land and being ground into dust by it now, everything is so unclear, and my ardent desires suddenly seem so lacking." He paused, looked down, and then added evenly, "Or maybe it's just me who is lacking and lost." Noctis glanced at him, took a sip of tea, and asked with a curious smile, "What is it that you think you are lacking, and from what are you lost?" Sonny did not speak immediately, letting the pressure of the flaw build inside his soul for a few moments. Then he said with a grin, "How should I know? If I had an answer for that, I wouldn't be feeling this way, would I?" He chuckled and then asked, "Have you heard the legend of a hero named Odysseus?" Noctis blinked a couple of times, then shook his head. "Never heard of that guy. A legend, really? Huh. Strange that some third-rate hero I don't even know got to have a whole legend to himself." Sonny smiled and then said, "A good friend told me that legend. Odysseus spent 10 years away from home, fighting a war in a distant land. And then he spent 10 more years trying to find his way back home. He lost all his friends and endured countless hardships, facing terrible monsters and dangerous beings of all sorts. But he never gave up and eventually returned home, to Ithaca." His smile disappeared, replaced by a distant expression. After a few moments of silence, Sonny sighed. "I feel like Odysseus too sometimes, lost in a distant land. Only, unlike him, I don't have a home to want to return to. I have nothing to strive for apart from saving my skin, keeping my friends alive, and maybe living a little bit better than a wild beast. Can someone really be lost if they don't belong anywhere? Noctis took a sip of his tea, solemnly pondered on it for a bit, and then said thoughtfully, I see. I understand. So what you lack is a house. That is why you are trying to free Hope, to get a house. Wait, Sunless, are you trying to say that you want to repossess the ivory tower? Sunny choked on his tea, then glared at the sorcerer with outrage. What even? No, that is not what I am saying. Home is just a metaphor, you immortal fool. Noctis blinked a couple of times, then asked with a deadpan expression, What's a metaphor? Sunny stared at him for a few moments, then snorted and opened his mouth, intending to answer. Before he did, however, a loud rattling of chains resounded in the air, and the whole sanctuary shuddered slightly beneath them. No, it was the island itself. The whole island trembled. Sunny froze and then asked, his voice tense and grim, What the hell was that? Noctis calmly finished his tea, closed his eyes in delight for a moment, and then looked west. It's their Herald, I guess. He seems to have arrived sooner than I expected. Ah, what a bother. We didn't even get to drink the whole pot. Chapter 705. Herald of the Sun. Noctis sighed, then placed his empty cup on the table and stood up. He straightened the folds of his silk garment, then shook his head with a slight smile and headed across the stone plain of the menhirs. Sunny scrambled to catch up to him, full of apprehension. The first thing he said to the sorcerer, however, had nothing to do with the messenger of the Chain Lords. A metaphor is a figure of speech, sort of like an analogy. Noctis glanced at him with surprise. I must say your composure is commendable, Sunless. However, do you really think that this is very important right now? Come now, we need to meet our visitor before he reaches the sanctuary. The sorcerer gestured at the silhouette of the flying ship that hovered some distance away, almost at the same height as them. Sunny summoned the dark wing and then said, No, I don't. Why can't we meet the Herald here, though? No, wait, if he did not even reach the sanctuary yet, why is the island shaking? Noctis shrugged and gracefully rose into the air, flying toward the ship. What means he was using to do so, Sunny did not know. All he could do was jump as high as he could and then glide forward. The sorcerer glanced at him and then said somberly, If we were to meet the Herald here, my beautiful sanctuary might well get damaged. That would not do. As to why the island is shaking, I guess we'll see. Soon they landed on the deck. The sailor dolls had already raised the sails and were hurrying around, preparing the ship for departure. Cassie, Kai, and Effie were also there, although they seemed to have arrived only moments before Sunny and Noctis. As Sunny looked at them with a silent question, Effie simply nodded toward Cassie. The mystery of their swift reaction was easily revealed. The sorcerer went to the stern of the flying ship without wasting any time, and took his position as the Kybernetes, the guide who steered the ship as it flew through the air. The ancient vessel had no steering wheel, of course, and instead relied on 2 steering oars, which were situated at the very rear of it. There was a runic circle inscribed between the oars. Noctis stepped inside, turned, leaned comfortably on the bending inner surface of the tall apluster, and placed his hands on the oars with a relaxed expression on his face. A moment later, the circle shimmered with ethereal light. The flying ship had to be controlled both physically and with soul essence. There were invisible energy pathways spanning the whole length of it, all leading to the roots of the beautiful tree growing around the main mast. Luckily, it was the tree that produced the tremendous flow of essence required to propel the vessel through the air, and not the Kybernetes. Otherwise, Cassie would have never been able to fly it in the future. However, the pilot still needed to control that flow and serve as its nexus, and so only an awakened could do it, or a transcendent. Noctis sent his own essence into the runic circle, connecting his soul to the ship, and the ancient vessel slowly started to move, gaining speed as the wind filled its sails. Holding the oars with a carefree smile, the sorcerer then glanced at Cassie and said, "Song of the Fallen, my lady, you wish to observe how I control this beauty. Here is your chance to see a master at work. Truly, there is no helmsman more skilled and distinguished than me in the whole of the Kingdom of Hope. Granted, this flight won't be too long." He suddenly grew silent, glanced at the blind girl with a guilty expression on his face, and then awkwardly cleared his throat. "Well, I guess 'see' was the wrong word to use, him." Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then said neutrally, "I am used to it. Do not worry." Knowing that the young woman had been interested in the flying ship and its mysteries, Sunny left the two of them alone and walked to the side, staring into the distance with a tense look on his face. Noctis had failed to explain why the approach of the Herald caused the sanctuary to tremble, but Sunny had an idea. The islands were all connected to each other by the heavenly chains, and so any strong tremor was bound to spread outward like a wave. The question was, what could have caused a quake strong enough for them to feel from several islands away? Perhaps a giant steel colossus could. He gritted his teeth. A messenger of the Chain Lords, was that a joke? Noctis conveniently failed to mention that this herald was going to be one of those lords himself. And what the hell had the sorcerer meant, saying that they had to meet the herald elsewhere to avoid damaging the sanctuary? Weren't they simply going to speak? That was what messengers were for, weren't they, to deliver words? As several islands flowed past beneath the speeding ship, he suddenly caught sight of an especially familiar one. Of course, in this era it looked different. The Iron Hand Island was still rather large and covered by soft grass, but the ancient stone columns that had been broken in the future still stood tall, forming 3 concentric circles. From above, they seemed like a giant sundial, or moondial perhaps. And of course, there was no colossal iron hand laying in the center of the island to give it the peculiar name. At least not yet. Sunny suddenly felt cold shivers run down his spine. He didn't have time to think about it more, however, because at that moment something else attracted his attention. Some distance away, shrouded in the haze of dawn, he could see the neighboring island. Currently, it was in a higher position than them. The island suddenly swayed, and a small human figure jumped from its edge. Or rather, it just seemed small because of the distance. Sunny felt Kai grow still and tense by his side. As the sun shined on its steel surface, the figure flew through the air, covering an unimaginable distance with its leap. It seemed to be moving slowly, but Sunny knew that this was just a mirage caused by the scale of things. And indeed, the radiant figure grew larger and larger with each moment, turning into a brilliant steel giant as it drew closer. Easily breaching several kilometers with his jump, the giant landed on the surface of the Iron Hand Island, causing the whole of it to lurch sideways and sway. The heavenly chains rattled widely, and a cloud of debris was raised into the air. Not paying the chaos he had caused any attention, the colossus then slowly straightened, grew motionless, and then slightly turned his head. He was looking directly at the flying ship, no expression written on his beautiful steel face, 2 suns reflecting in the polished surface of his steel eyes. The Sun Prince had come to deliver a message to Noctis. Chapter 706, Ultimatum. Looking at the Colossus, Sunny understood why Kai had called him terrifying. Sun Prince stood at nearly 90 meters tall, towering above the island like a mountain of steel. He was cast in the shape of a noble warrior wearing light armor. The surface of the armor was polished and shone blindingly in the sun, while the rest of the giant was dull and gray. The colossal statues of the 7 heroes of the Forgotten Shore, including the walking one Sunny and the cohort had ridden once, were more than twice as tall, but it was hard not to get shocked by the sheer mass and crushing presence of the transcendent Chain Lord, or rather, of the steel shell he was entombed within. A sickening feeling of fear grasped Sunny's heart, which he then strangled and banished, looking at the towering lord with a grim expression. He had a reason to feel fear, however. A half-forgotten image of a nightmarish scene flashed before his eyes, a fragment of a nightmare where he stood petrified on a blood-soaked battlefield, watching in horror as a giant steel soul descended from above to turn him, and his fellow soldiers, into puddles of crushed bones and bloody sludge. And another, a memory of endless harrowing torture that he had endured at the hands of his brother, of a human-shaped cage and a pit filled with molten metal. And finally, the last one, the vision of a giant steel corpse swinging forlornly in torn chains, upside down, its chest shattered by some devastating strike. So this was Sun Prince. Sunny had never met him, and yet it felt as though they were old acquaintances, for better or worse. As the giant stared at the flying ship with a motionless face of a statue, Sunny turned to Noctis and scowled. "Now what?" the sorcerer sighed, then moved one of the oars, sending the vessel into a descent. His carefree smile was starting to look a little forced. "Now, well, we go and talk to him, I guess. Have a civilized discussion." Sunny turned back and looked at Sun Prince for a bit, then said somberly, "Do you think he knows that it was you who erased his memory of hiding the ivory knife, causing him to experience 100 years of torture and then end up in this state? And that you actually stole it instead?" Noctis suddenly choked, causing the ship to careen sideways, and hissed. "Say it louder, will you?" Sunny froze. "Oh, sorry," the sorcerer righted the vessel, then said with outrage. "First of all, I did not cause anything. I just granted a colleague's request. Back then, we did not even know that hope was driving us all mad, so how was I supposed to know what will happen? Secondly, I did not steal the ivory knife. I just happened to find it where he had left it, all right, by pure coincidence. And lastly," he paused and then added in a darker tone, "I am not sure that he really knows anything anymore. He is still alive somewhere inside, but I don't think he is fully sentient. At least I hope that he is not." The ship approached the ground in somber silence, stopping just outside the first ring of pillars and hovered in place. Noctis lingered for a few moments and then let go of the oars. However, he did not command the sailor dolls to lower the sails. The sorcerer straightened his garments and then inhaled deeply. "Let's go and see what he has to say, shall we?" Sunny glanced at his friends, then shook his head and followed Noctis. There was a high chance that they were going to witness a brawl between saints. He was sure that everyone understood what danger they were all in. The last time he witnessed two saints fighting, a whole island had been destroyed and crumbled into the sky below. Sunny and Cassie had only survived that terrifying clash by promptly running away, and even then just barely. What was going to happen today? And was Noctis strong enough to ward off the Colossus? Somehow it was hard to imagine anything, let alone the flimsy sorcerer stopping that mountain of steel. But Noctis was no fool. Surely he had a plan. His madness was of an insidious kind, after all. He would not have risked his safety and his desire to free Hope without having a way out. Together, the five of them disembarked the flying ship, landed on the soil of the Iron Hand Island, and walked between the tall pillars. They approached the very center of the giant moondial and stopped there, waiting. When they did, Sun Prince finally moved, walking toward them with a measured gait. With each of his steps, the island trembled, causing the heavenly chains to rattle and their hearts to tremble. Sunny was staring at the approaching Colossus, feeling worse and worse about the situation. All his shadows were yet to recover, and so he was left with nothing but his own strength to react should something happen. Well, his own strength and that of his cohort. But what could they do against this monstrosity, even together? Finally, the giant reached the pillars and stopped outside the outward circle, looking at them from high above. Drowned in his cold shadow, Sunny couldn't help but feel like a tiny insect. Looking up with a grave expression, he gritted his teeth and said, "I feel like an ant." Effie, who was also craning her neck to stare at the Colossus, glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and then smiled. You are not an ant, Sonny, you are a cockroach. Remember. He blinked a couple of times, then slowly grinned. Somehow that made him feel better, and then a thundering voice suddenly resounded from all around them, making their bones rattle. The giant spoke. He said, "Noctis, you have the knives." The voice of Sun Prince did not sound human, but neither did it sound robotic. It was just strange and empty, as if it was not a person speaking but the world itself, a desolate world full of ruins. Hearing it, the sorcerer grimaced, then covered his ears. He still remembers how to speak. The thundering voice of the Colossus resounded once more, making them shiver. "Surrender the knives." Sonny turned his head slightly and glanced at Noctis, wondering what his reaction would be. The sorcerer, meanwhile, blinked a few times and took a big step back, distancing himself from Sonny. Then he raised a hand, pointed a finger at him, and said with sincere confusion, "What are you talking about? I don't have any knives. It's this guy over here, he has them. So, if you want them, come and take them from him. Leave this poor sorcerer out of this, by the moon." Chapter 707. Treachery. Sonny froze in place, dumbfounded, and just stood still for a moment. Surrounded by stunned silence, all he could hear was the wild beating of his heart and the hum of blood rushing in his ears. His eye twitched. No way, the bastard just did this to me. As all four of his shadows wrapped themselves around his body, Sonny turned his head slightly and stared at the sorcerer's finger, which was, without a shadow of a doubt, pointing straight at his broad back. His mouth turned dry. He did. What the hell was Noctis thinking? No, the sorcerer would not have sold him out. Yes, shifting the blame on Sonny had to be a con of some sort. But what would Noctis achieve by doing this? Nothing, unless this had been his plan all along. Cold, sickening feeling suddenly grasped Sonny's heart. High above him, the gaze of the dreadful Colossus slowly shifted from the elegant figure of the sorcerer to the four-armed devil standing by his side. The weight of that gaze pressed down on Sonny, making him bare his teeth in a snarl. It felt as if he was being pierced by it, his very soul laid bare. And somewhere within his soul, locked inside the covetous coffer, were the three knives, one made of obsidian, one made of glass, one made of blood-red ruby. Something changed about the terrifying presence of Sun Prince, and his deafening voice resounded once again, now suffused by a distant, pale echo of a vague emotion. "Shadow." Sonny paled. He had forgotten that the master of the original Shadow Spawn was to blame for what happened to the Prince of the Ivory City as well. In fact, one could even say that Shadow Lord was the main culprit of the 100 years of harrowing torture that Sun Prince endured. He had stolen the Ember Knife, after all. So if the Steel Colossus had a reason to really hate someone, curses. Feeling his heart turn cold, Sonny silently watched as the Colossus shifted his weight, then bent slightly, preparing to reach down with his giant steel hand. He was desperately trying to calculate his chances of escaping this situation alive. At that moment, Noctis suddenly cleared his throat and then addressed Sun Prince in a friendly tone. "Oh, but do be careful. You know how tricky shadows are, my friend. This one in particular is full of treachery, vileness, and unspeakable malice. The beast even slaughtered a temple full of innocent maidens. He also tried to poison me. Oh, the villainy, so be careful when you grab him, or you just might lose your hand." A low growl escaped from Sonny's mouth. He could feel the other members of the cohort grow tense and ready to fight. Cassie's hand fell on the hilt of the quiet dancer, and Kai outstretched his own, ready to summon his bow. Effie was staring up with a somber expression on her childish face, her body drawn like a spring. But what were they supposed to do? Even if Sonny knew which of the three knives was meant for Sun Prince, how could he thrust it into the Transcendent's flesh? The actual body of the Chain Lord was buried somewhere inside the walking mountain of steel. More than that, using the knife would only make him mortal. After that, he would still have to be killed. Somehow, killing a saint was no easy task. As the Colossus leaned down and moved his hand to reach inside the moondial, Sonny was thinking feverishly. He saw only one option to run away as fast as he could. Using Shadow Step, he would be able to dodge at least. But for how long would he be able to outrun the giant? Sunny had seen him breach the gap between two islands with one jump. Now that the range of shadow control had grown, Sunny could possibly do the same. The difference was that a single jump like that was going to drain all his essence, while Sun Prince would be able to pursue him indefinitely, tireless and inescapable like death itself. Damn. The world suddenly grew darker, the sun obstructed by a giant palm. It was open, descending from above like a vast plain of gray steel. It was as though the sky itself was falling on his head. Effie took a step back and hissed, "Sunny, what do we do?" Frozen in place, he hesitated for a moment. And then said, "Nothing. Don't do anything, don't move." There was no point in trying to fight Sun Prince or even running away. Because as the steel colossus leaned over the outer ring of the ancient moondial, the tall pillars shone with ethereal light, suddenly flooded with a mind-boggling amount of soul essence. A myriad of runes revealed themselves, carved in a vast circle that encompassed the whole structure. And then everything around them turned to light, cold, pale light of the moon. Blinded by it, Sunny didn't see what happened next and just felt something vast and chilling, and yet intangible, move past him with stunning speed. Then he heard the thunder of a deafening impact and the groan of steel that was being torn apart. The whole island shook, the quake throwing him to the ground. Sunny hit the cold stones and sensed the shadow of Sun Prince changing. As the pale moonlight dimmed and was extinguished, he saw a shocking sight. The moondial lay broken, the pillars shattered and toppled over. Not too far away from him, a giant steel hand rested on the ground. However, it was not attached to the body of the colossus anymore. The giant was staggering back, his right arm torn at the shoulder. A river of molten metal was flowing from the terrible wound, falling down like blood. The grass was turning to ash where it fell. And amidst all of this, unperturbed, stood Noctis. The sorcerer's expression was calm and slightly amused. Staring at all the chaos, he flicked a speck of dust off his silk garments, shook his head and said, "Tusk, have I not warned him to be careful? I did, didn't I? By the moon, why does no one listen to me? I am the wisest man in all of Kingdom of Hope, after all." Chapter 708. Crimson beast of Twilight, the Colossus staggered back, swayed, and then moved his foot to balance himself. The island quaked once more, and the giant grew still, bent slightly and grasping the gaping wound with his one remaining hand. His head turned, staring at Noctis with the same empty, unmoving expression. However, his polished steel eyes, which had been burning with the blinding reflections of the sun, became submerged in deep shadow. For a moment, there was silence. Sunny gritted his teeth, then slowly exhaled and raised a hand to wipe the sweat off his brow. After the initial panic of being sold out by Noctis, he had forced himself to calm down and think. It was then that Sunny had realized that they were not in real danger and told his friends to stand down. The immortal sorcerer was many things, including a liar and a cheat. Sunny did not doubt that Noctis had lied to him on many occasions, and about many things, sometimes for a specific purpose, and sometimes simply for the fun of it. However, one thing that Noctis was not was a fool. Sunny could imagine many situations in which the immortal would betray and damn him to death, but not without a good reason. And surrendering the cohort to Sun Prince was the opposite of what Noctis wanted to achieve at best. It would have bought him some time, at the expense of losing the 3 knives to the other chain lords. One thing that Sunny did not doubt was the sincerity of the sorcerer's desire to free Hope. And so, he had understood that the immortal's sudden betrayal was just another deception. It had not been hard to guess what the purpose of the deception was, as well. After all, Sunny had already guessed the fateful meeting between rebellious Noctis and the Herald of the Chain Lords was going to end, and how the Iron Hand Island would get its name. Sun Prince had walked right into the sorcerer's trap, and Sunny had been used as bait, not for the first time and probably not for the last. So he wasn't very shocked by the sight of the giant's missing arm and of the streams of molten steel that flowed out of it, slowly cooling on the broken stones, or at least he wasn't supposed to be. In reality, the scene in front of him was so striking, so tremendous that it was simply impossible to remain untouched by the vast and poignant scale of it. Still, he turned to Noctis, remained silent for a moment, and then let out a low growl. "You could have warned me, you know." The sorcerer looked at him with sincere confusion. Then he smiled and said, But what if I changed my mind at the last moment? Then warning you would have made me a liar. I have a reputation to uphold, don't I?" With that, Noctis winked at him, then turned to face the motionless Colossus. As Sunny stared at him darkly, the smile slowly disappeared from the sorcerer's face, making way for something cold and frightening. His gray eyes shone with distant moonlight, and in that moonlight there was madness. Taking a step forward, Noctis suddenly appeared to be taller than he had been, his previously contained presence spreading over the world like a flood. Sunny shivered, feeling like prey being stalked by a hungry predator. The air suddenly seemed to smell of blood, the light of the sun appeared slightly dimmer, and in the echoing silence they could almost hear the howls of countless beasts. Even though Sunny knew and somewhat trusted Noctis, he suddenly felt scared. And he wasn't even the focus of the immortal's furious gaze. Instead, it was aimed at the hunched Colossus. The sorcerer grinned, revealing his canines, and spoke, his clear voice flowing across the island like a river of blood. "Surrender the knives." "Ah, I don't think so, my old friend. If I do, how will I kill you and your vile brother?" He laughed, and then took another step forward, raising his hand. A toppled pillar then blocked his path, exploded into a rain of shards and stone dust, obliterated in a split second. "And that is what I intend to do. You Sevres, Solvin, I'll kill you all, break the chains that bind the demon of desire, and set her free." Noctis took another step and then stopped, staring at Sun Prince with ruthless determination. "So, if you want to take the knives, you'll have to take them off my cold corpse." "Oh, wait, you can't. I am immortal." He threw his head back and laughed again. This time the sorcerer's laughter did not seem carefree and infectious. Instead, it was chilling and full of madness. The steel Colossus looked at him from above, unmoving. His face was motionless and unexpressive, like that of a statue. However, it seemed as though the shadows veiling his eyes grew even deeper. Noctis shook his head and then said with disdain, "Oh, but you can try, of course. Go back. Go back and return with the Sun Legion, with the Dragon Severax, with the warriors of the Red Colosseum, with Solvin. You know where to find me, and I'll be waiting to welcome you." The giant continued to stare at him for a while, the molten steel flowing between his fingers. Sunny held his breath, not knowing what was going to happen next. Then, Sun Prince straightened, turned around, and walked away, making the island shake with each step. He reached the edge of it, stepped down on the heavenly chain, and continued walking, somehow keeping perfect balance. The chain was colossal in its own right, and yet the giant made it seem like a thin rope being traversed by a rope walker. Soon he reached the neighboring island, climbed on it, and disappeared from sight. Only the rattling of chains and the tremors running through the ground from time to time reminded them of his visit. Well, that, and the giant hand laying not too far away from them. Sunny studied it for a while, then walked over to Noctis and asked, his voice low and cautious. Not to complain, but why let him go? Wouldn't it be easier to kill him right here and now? We won't get another chance to catch him alone, most likely. And judging by how easily you took his arm off. Noctis did not respond immediately. Instead, he slowly turned his head, looked at Sunny coldly, and then gracelessly fell on his butt, his face pale, his chest rising and falling wildly, and his breath hoarse and labored. The sorcerer cursed, looking as if he was about to vomit. "Easily? Are you insane? I am at my weakest during the day, remember, and that strike gods I spent several centuries infusing this shrine with moonlight. Do you think there's another one just laying around nearby? Just be happy he believed my bluff. Otherwise, things might have turned really ugly really fast for us. Sonny stared at the sorcerer with wide eyes for several long moments, then shook his head and sighed. Lunatic! You damned lunatic, by the moon, I take it back. You are a fool. Chapter 709. Nature of the beast. It was only later, when they returned to the flying ship and looked down upon the devastation that the short and furious clash between Noctis and Sun Prince had created, did the understanding of what had happened finally settled in their minds. There was no going back now. The War of Immortals had finally started. Soon, the whole of the Kingdom of Hope was going to be turned into a battlefield and drowned in blood by its frenzy. And then, the repercussions of that madness were going to spread outward like a tidal wave, changing the world forever. Looking down, Sonny couldn't help but shiver. The broken pillars, the severed hand of a giant, the ash swirling in the air, this place, this event, this moment in time, was that the spark that would eventually ignite another, much more terrifying war. A war between gods and demons, one that would destroy them all and bring about the end of the world, the war to end all wars. He still suspected that it was the unchaining of the demon of desire that had set it in motion. Looking down, Sonny silently whispered. But then came desire, and with it came direction. Turning his head slightly, he looked at Noctis, the person who had started it all. The sorcerer seemed calm and without a worry in the world. His beautiful face was pale with exhaustion, but other than that, he did not look too different from his usual self. Not at all like a person who had potentially ushered in the obliterating apocalypse. Did he not understand the consequences of his actions? Or did he understand them far better than Sonny ever could? With a sigh, Sonny threw one last glance at the Iron Hand Island, not truly and once again deserving of its name, and walked to sit beneath the branches of the sacred tree. Despite the fact that he had not done much, he felt exhausted too, and there was a lot he had to think about. On the way back, Sonny remembered the future. He had been to the Iron Hand Island many times, had seen the toppled pillars and the severed arm of a giant, and had even sketched and described them in detail for an exploration report. And now, he had witnessed how the island came to be in that state. Another event from the distant past had repeated itself inside the nightmare almost to a T. Sonny had already formed a theory that fate was like a current, always pulling things toward an inescapable conclusion after the destruction of the Temple of the Chalice. The details could be changed, but the result seemed to always be the same. The events that had transpired on the Iron Hand Island only cemented that theory. By all accounts, the appearance of the cohort and Mordred should have drastically changed the flow of history in the Kingdom of Hope. They had accelerated the start of the war and even slain one of the Chain Lords. If not for them, Noctis would have most likely spent several years searching for a way to make a deal with Reaver, and only then rebelled against the other immortals. Those several years were, perhaps, the countdown to the blossoming of the nightmare seed. If no awakened appeared to challenge the nightmare by then, the seed would have bloomed. Was that the logic? Seeds blossomed when the conflict inside them resolved itself and fate repeated unchanged. Before, Sonny had thought that the task of the challenger was to resolve a conflict that would have otherwise remained unresolved. But now, knowing what he knew about the Chained Islands and the Kingdom of Hope, he realized that he had been wrong. With or without his help, Noctis was always going to start a war. The Ivory Tower was always going to break free from its chains. The Temple of the Chalice was always going to be destroyed, and Sun Prince was always going to lose his hand to the enchanted moon deal. Come to think of it, his first nightmare would have resolved itself without his intervention, too, one way or another. The nameless temple slave would have probably died, and all of the 9 would have survived, or would they? In any case, there would have been an ending. That doesn't really make sense. So what was the role of the challengers? If the conflict could resolve itself, why were they here? What did the spell want from them? Prove that they were equal to the heroes of the past. Do it better than them. Simply survive. The spell did not care what one did inside the nightmare and how they went about solving the conflict. The reward was going to be the same. Either way, the challenger would ascend to a new rank. They could receive a true name, or even, in extremely rare cases, an evolution of their aspect, but those things could be done outside a nightmare as well. The only thing the spell cared about was that the challenger survived until the end. But that was not entirely true. The spell would not give additional rewards or deny the survivor their ascension. However, it did care a little, at least enough to appraise the challenger's performance. The appraisal did not really matter outside of the first nightmare where it was tied to the boon, but the spell still gave them out each time. Good, exceptional, remarkable, glorious, and so on. Was there a hint in there somewhere about what it wanted? If so, Sunny had apparently pleased the spell very much in his first trial. Sitting in the shade of the sacred tree, he sighed and looked into the distance with a solemn expression. I hope it will be pleased with us again this time. I hope we survive. Soon, the flying ship returned to the sanctuary and descended to its usual position above the altar island. As they returned to the ground, Sunny could see hundreds of faces turned to them, fear and uncertainty written in their lines. The inhabitants of the sanctuary had not seen the clash between Noctis and Sun Prince, but they all knew that something was wrong. By now, the island had stopped trembling, but their hearts did not. Without paying them any attention, the sorcerer tiredly landed on the grass, then turned to Sunny and frowned slightly. I am going to rest for a couple of days. That most of the Sun Legion, as well as the army of the Red Colosseum, are arrayed along the border between Solvin's territory and that of the Ivory City. It is going to take them at least 2 weeks to assemble together and march east, so we will give them enough time to break the current formation, but not enough to build a new one. We attack in 7 days. He hesitated for a few moments and then suddenly smiled. Warmongers and the Sun Legion forgetting their hatred and fighting side by side, truly, no one but me could have made it happen. Am I not the most talented diplomat in all of the Kingdom of Hope? With that, Noctis laughed, turned around, and walked away. Sunny stared at his back for a few moments, then sighed and said quietly, You are definitely not. But then again, maybe you are. Chapter 710. Departure. The next morning, Sunny woke up in a strange mood. Knowing that they were nearing the end of the nightmare and perhaps their own, he had expected himself to be consumed by somber trepidation. But surprisingly, Sunny felt fine. It was as though the scope of the approaching battle was simply too large to be evaluated, and so his mind had not bothered with it at all. Instead, he had practical problems he needed to solve. Sunny still did not feel completely comfortable in his new body. He barely had any time to get accustomed to its size and weight, after all. The next several days were going to be crucial, in that regard. His previous garments had been torn when he evolved, and so Sunny summoned the puppeteer's shroud to wrap itself around his towering body. Although not as powerful as his other suits of armor, the shroud was much more comfortable. It was a bit nostalgic to wear the light armor once again, but also a bit sad to see it relegated to serving as a bona fide training suit. Remembering how he had planned to slaughter countless dormant nightmare creatures while being invulnerable thanks to his new, incredible awakened armor of the 5th tier just a few years ago, Sunny smiled wistfully and walked out of his room. The sanctuary seemed different somehow. The ring of giant menhirs was the same, and so was the beautiful garden. However, the people living in the ancient shrine had changed. They were hurried and full of fear, moving with panic speed and feverish determination. Sonny noticed a few familiar faces. The old woman he had seen on his first day here was standing alone, a lost look on her face. The young woman was carrying the frightened child in her hands and a heavy pack on her back. The kind man with a neatly trimmed beard was gritting his teeth, his hand resting on the worn hilt of his sword. He sighed and looked away. An immortal transcendent had started this war to free a demon from a prison built by a god, but these little people were the ones that were going to suffer the most as the result. In fact, they had been the ones to suffer the most throughout all of this, from the destruction of the Kingdom of Hope to the madness she had cursed this land with to now. He had been one of the little people himself once. Now, he was a devil destroying their lives. Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, then looked up at the sound of steps approaching him. He saw Effie and Kai both wearing their armors and packs as though ready to go on a long hunt. He raised his eyebrows. Going somewhere, the little girl glanced at the masked cripple and then shrugged. Kai meanwhile smiled. Even though Sonny could not see his face, he could tell by his eyes. He could also tell that the smile was tinted with sadness. The archer simply nodded. "Yes, we are leaving." He hesitated for a moment, then added, "Not for long, of course. We will be back before the week is over. You see, the sanctuary, it was a shelter for those who wanted to find peace in this land of madness. But now that Noctis started a war and both the Sun Legion and the warmongers are marching to raze it to the ground, that shelter is no more." Effie shook her head, then sighed. "The West belongs to the warring cults of War and Sun. The South is abandoned and overtaken by nightmare creatures, the North. Well, you know, these poor fools have nowhere else to go, so we are going to guide them to one of the great chains and help them cross to the other side, and leave the Kingdom of Hope behind forever." She scratched the back of her head, then said thoughtfully, "Actually, we are not even sure if the nightmare goes that far. Maybe there's nothing out there beyond the chained island. And yes, we know that these people are not even real. Still, we thought that we'd at least try." Cassie even went and convinced Noctis to lend her the ship to help transport them. Sonny stared at her, surprised. The little girl raised her chin. "What? I know that it's stupid. People need to do stupid things sometimes, you know." He slowly shook his head. "No, actually, I don't think that it's stupid at all. It's just the three of you are going, so why didn't you invite me as well?" Effie grinned. "You have stuff to do. How are you going to get used to that lanky body of yours while babysitting a bunch of refugees? So don't be lazy and get that stone girlfriend of yours to beat you black and blue while we are gone. We have a date with 2 whole armies in a week's time, remember." Sonny made a sour face, then looked away. "Believe me, I remember. I am going to train hard." Kai gripped his shoulder for a moment, well, the top of one of his lower arms that were in reach anyway, and then the two walked away without saying anything else. There was no need to say goodbye. With them gone, Sonny suddenly felt a bit lost. Shaking his head, he threw stupid thoughts out of his head and walked to the center of the garden, intending to spend the rest of the day practicing with the cruel sight. Saint would have probably healed enough to be summoned, too, so he had his work cut out for him. Finding a secluded spot near the clear lake, Sonny went through the intense set of steps and exercises that he had developed to condition his body for the shadow dance. Of course, that had been in his human body. The shadow spawn, meanwhile, was a very different beast, or rather devil. Despite its size, the gaunt body of the devil was incredibly nimble and swift. It was also capable of bursts of monstrous, explosive strength that would leave many people stunned. In addition, it was itself a weapon with his talons, claws, fangs, and horns. Sonny was capable of delivering a lot of damage even unarmed. He could even kill things with the spike at the end of his tail. After that initial practice session, he summoned Saint and started the real training. As they sparred, Sonny observed the departure of the inhabitants of the sanctuary. They left in a column, with Kai in the front and Effie walking behind. Some were carrying their meager belongings, while some were empty-handed. Some cried, while some remained silent and stoic. Some even smiled. Above them the flying ship moved, carrying those who could not walk. Sonny could not see, but knew that Cassie was controlling it. For a moment he was curious about how she was able to communicate with the sailor dolls. However, that short distraction cost him dearly when Saint delivered a painful blow to his abdomen, and so Sonny decided to concentrate on himself. Turning his full attention back to the training fight, he thought, "I wish them well. Even if they are not real, I wish them all the best." Long hours passed in arduous training. Slowly but surely he was growing accustomed to the new proportions of his strange and powerful body. His height, his reach, his might, all of it was starting to click, making him feel confident in his own skin once more. At some point, dead tired, Sonny decided to take a break. Commanding Saint to stand down, he crouched near the lake and drew some water to wash the sweat off his face. Then he poured some on his head and sighed, looking at the clear surface of the lake. The graceful figure of Saint reflected on it, and near her his own. Obsidian skin, bestial features, eyes that seemed like pools of liquid darkness, twisting horns. Master Jet had once joked that he would be a flower boy one day. Remembering it, Sonny smiled. "I wonder what she would have said if she saw me that way." And then he froze. His sweat turned cold. There was a third reflection on the surface of the lake. It was a tall and slender young man, with pale skin and raven-black hair. His face was sharp and thin, not exactly handsome, but at the same time charming and strangely beautiful. His striking eyes didn't seem to possess a color of their own, and instead reflected the world back on itself like two pools of liquid silver. Currently, they were as blue as the boundless, vast sky. The young man smiled pleasantly and then raised a hand in greeting. A painfully familiar voice suddenly resounded in Sonny's mind. "Ah, Sunless, how nice it is to meet you again after all this time. Just look at you, goodness. I almost failed to recognize you behind that fearsome face." Chapter 711. A simple task. Hearing Mordred's pleasant voice reminded Sonny of the time they had shared in the sky below and the closeness that had existed between them back then. A long time ago, he had considered the mysterious prince if not a friend, then at least an ally. He had been fond of the owner of the disembodied voice enough to worry when it disappeared. Of course, all of that had been a lie. A masterfully crafted net of deception that Mordred had created to lure Sonny into bringing the mirror shard into the Night Temple and setting him free. The memory of the dark conclusion of that story, the fear, the pain, the shame of having been led astray and betrayed. The slaughter gripped his heart with icy claws. Sonny glared at the reflection of the young man for a few moments, then gritted his teeth. He hated to admit it, but there was no escaping the fact that he feared Mordred. Sonny had met many powerful men and even more terrifying abominations, but the Prince of Nothing was perhaps the only one whom he was truly scared of. Not because of the divine aspect or the lineage of war, but precisely because of how insidiously cunning and inexplicable the Prince of Nothing was. It was like what teacher Julius had said: what humans feared the most was the unknown. And no matter how many times Sonny tried, he simply could not understand how Mordred thought, what his motives were, and what was he scheming behind that friendly smile. Because of the eerie wrongness hiding in the depths of his eyes, the Prince of Nothing was impossible to predict. Hell, he was even impossible to kill. The whole of the great clan Valor had tried and failed. Grasping the extraordinary rock, Sonny made sure that there was no one really standing behind him and addressed the reflection in a gruff voice. "Oh, it's you. What are doing inside the lake? Don't be a stranger, Mordred. Come, enter my soul sea and let's talk face to face." The reflection of the young man lingered, its smile turning a little forced. Then it spoke again. "How strange, I can hear you speak, but I don't see your lips moving. Have you been learning new tricks, Sunless? Ah, good for you. I've been doing some of that myself. Sunny scowled, shadows veiling his eyes. I've heard. A whole region of the kingdom, Mordred, really. I thought you did not enjoy killing innocent people. Or did you tell yourself that it was all right because they were not real? Mordred tilted his head a little. Then he said with the same pleasant smile, what would have been the point of killing them if they were not real? Hearing that, Sunny shivered. The reflection, meanwhile, shook its head. They were real enough to serve a purpose. Don't get me wrong, however. I would not have done the same in the waking world. Those I killed were all already dead, Sunless. All of them were doomed, and uselessly so. I simply gave their deaths a different meaning. Mordred did not seem pleased with himself, but neither did he seem remorseful about slaughtering thousands of people. Just uncaring, which was much more unnerving. The Prince of Nothing looked at Sunny and chuckled. So that little oracle of yours told you all about my adventures then. Well, wonderful. I will not have to describe them myself. Time is of the essence, after all. Sending a reflection across such a distance is not easy, even for me. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then sighed and crossed his forearms. She did, even if I would not have used the word adventures to describe it. What do you want, Mordred? The reflection remained silent for a bit, then smiled. Why, what else? To conquer the nightmare, of course, don't you? A low growl escaped from Sunny's mouth. I do. Stop playing games and just tell me what it is that you want from me, Mordred sighed. Well, if you insist. What I want is rather simple, which is not to say easy. I want you to keep Noctis alive at all costs. Sunny blinked. What is he trying to make me do? Does he really want me to protect Noctis, or is he hoping that I will do the opposite of what he wants and kill Noctis instead? Why would he want Noctis dead before the war even started? No, wait, maybe he really does want Noctis to live. Arg, damned Mordred, I hate that lying bastard. He stared at the reflection with a dark expression and then said evenly, Is that all? The Prince of Nothing smiled. Yes, that is all. If you can accomplish this simple task, I can guarantee that we will conquer the nightmare and escape it alive. Sunny snorted. You can guarantee it, can you? How? What are you planning? What about Hope? Will you try to free her, or have you found a way to restore her prison to its original state? A gust of wind suddenly disturbed the surface of the lake, and the reflection of the banished prince became distorted, swaying with the water. He spoke again, his voice sounding a little distant. Ah, how inconvenient. It seems that I have run out of essence. Until we meet again, Sunless. Sunny clenched his fists. This again. Disappearing just when you have to answer a question, bastard. You do understand that we are on the same side right now. We can kill each other after we ascend, but first, we need to survive the nightmare. Mordred laughed, his voice growing ethereal and almost inaudible. Not a bastard. Ah, I wish I was. With that, he was gone. The reflection disappeared from the surface of the lake, and Sunny was left alone once more. He glared at the clear water for some time, then grimaced. A simple task, as if anyone can keep up with that lunatic, let alone keep him alive. With that, he gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. It was time to continue his training. Time was short. Chapter 712. Leaving the sanctuary, a few days passed. The sanctuary stood empty and silent. The beautiful garden was devoid of its usual liveliness, and the winds howled as they passed through the ring of giant menhirs. Here and there, mundane things left behind by the people that had departed in a hurry lay, forlorn and forgotten. No one was ever going to return for them. Sunny had never seen the sanctuary this desolate and hollow, not in the future and not now, in the distant past. The sight of it was sad and eerie. He had spent these days training tirelessly and learning to control his new body. This latest transformation had not been as fundamental as becoming a demon after living his whole life as a human, so his progress was swift. More than that, mastery of shadow dance made Sunny especially attuned to his physicality and change. In truth, He did not need a whole week to achieve the goal. Practicing with Saint reminded him of the simpler times, and so helped him prepare himself for the battle ahead mentally. On one of the last nights he had to spend in peace, Sonny woke up suddenly, thinking that he had heard a distant scream. Had he really, or was it just a vestige of a dream? He sat up and glanced into the window, a deep scowl appearing on his face. "What dream, you fool? Awake and don't dream." But who could have screamed in the sanctuary? There were only two people left here: Sonny himself and Noctis. He hesitated for a moment and then stood up, summoning the puppeteer's shroud. After thinking for a bit, he also summoned the cruel sight, wrapped his shadows around himself, and walked outside. The full moon shone in the night sky, drowning the world in ghostly blue light. Guided by it, Sonny walked across the empty garden and approached the residence of the sorcerer, where the immortal had disappeared 2 days earlier and never came back out. The door stood open, and the sailor dolls guarded it silently, their wooden faces devoid of any sign of worry. Passing between them, Sonny entered the residence and studied the familiar chamber. It had changed slightly. The stone floor was even more broken and littered with deep cracks. The piles of shards had grown taller. However, there were no tremors running through it from time to time anymore, as if whatever it was that had hidden beneath had either died, fallen into a slumber, or gone elsewhere. Noctis was in the middle of the room, sitting on a pile of rubble with a pained look on his face. The sorcerer looked unwell. His skin was deathly pale, with dark circles under his eyes. His lustrous hair had grown dull and was disheveled. Even his elegant garments, which had always been flashy and immaculate, were now wrinkled and in disarray. What's more, Sonny could have sworn that there was something moving beneath the sorcerer's skin. It appeared for a moment and then was gone, making him unsure if he had seen it or just imagined the whole thing. Noticing his presence, Noctis slowly turned his head and smiled weakly. "Ah, Sunless, you are just in time. How do I look?" Sonny stared at him for a moment and then said, "You look like crap." The sorcerer blinked a couple of times, then threw a hurt look at him. "No, not me, you idiot. How does he look?" With that, Noctis gestured at a sailor doll that stood motionlessly a few steps away. Sonny had grown so accustomed to the silent mannequin that he did not pay the doll any attention after registering its presence and position. Now he took a closer look and raised his eyebrows, confused by what he saw. The sailor doll was about the same height as Noctis, dressed in his best silks, and wearing a gorgeous black wig. It stared senselessly in front of itself and held a glass of wine. He titled his head, opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. "What the hell?" the sorcerer shrugged. "Well, we are going to unexpectedly attack the Ivory City, are we not? Surely the other chain lords would notice if I suddenly disappear from the sanctuary, so I prepared this doll to make it seem like I'm still here." He smiled proudly and looked at Sonny with a glint in his eyes. Sonny covered his face with a palm for a moment. "Do you really think that this thing will fool anyone? You lost your mind. I mean, lost it even more." Noctis glanced at him in confusion and then laughed. "Oh, I forgot the last touch." With that, he raised his hands and clapped them a couple of times. A moment later, there were 2 sorcerers in the chamber, one sitting on the pile of rubble, the other standing a few meters away and staring at Sonny with an obnoxious smile. Even though he knew that the second one was just a sailor doll, he couldn't tell the difference. "How about now?" Sonny gulped. "Yeah. It looks fine." The sailor doll remained motionless for a bit, then raised the glass of wine to its lips, pretending to drink. The likeness was uncanny, but more than that, Sonny could feel that the real enchantment went much deeper than just looks. He could actually feel a suffocating presence radiating from the mannequin, similar to what he had felt on the Iron Hand Island from Noctis himself. Looking beneath the surface of the sailor doll, he was stunned to see something that looked exactly like a transcendent soul core burning in its chest. Sonny slowly inhaled. If Cassie were to look at the mannequin, would she have seen an aspect name and a list of attributes? Better than fine, It is very convincing. Noctis grinned, then rose to his feet with a grimace. Once again it seemed as if something moved under his skin, but a second later he seemed fine. Good. Well then. One last thing left to do before we leave. Follow me. Sonny threw one last look at the broken floor of the stone chamber and then turned around. He knew that he would never return here again. Together, the two of them entered the garden and walked across it. Sonny did not know where Noctis was leading him, but felt that it was important. One of the sailor dolls followed them, carrying something heavy. As they walked, the sorcerer suddenly spoke. I thought a lot about what you have told me, Sunless. About wanting to return home. Sonny glanced at him with surprise but did not say anything. Noctis remained silent for a few moments and then said in a wistful tone, I used to have a home too, you know, a long time ago. There was a beautiful temple where my siblings and I grew up, being taught by priests and priestesses. It was surrounded by a vast forest where we played and hunted. There was a lake where we caught fish and swam to escape the summer's heat without a care in the world. The smile slowly disappeared from his face and his eyes shone softly, reflecting the pale moonlight. I returned to that place some time ago. But it was not. It changed. The temple lay in ruins, the forest had been chopped down, the lake had dried up. Everything felt unfamiliar and strange, like a distant dream. And for a moment I felt as if my whole life was just a dream that I have dreamt, and maybe was dreaming still. He paused, sighed heavily, then suddenly smiled and looked at Sonny. But hey, by then I already had this. This sanctuary that I have built with my own two hands, the people that I saved, the land that I tried to protect, the duty I made mine to uphold, this was my home. He inhaled deeply and looked around. Enjoying the sight of the sanctuary, Sonny suddenly realized that the sorcerer was perhaps seeing it for the last time. His face grew heavy. After a few moments, Noctis said, What I am trying to say, Sunless, is that you don't need to belong somewhere or to something. You just need to make something belong to you. That is how you can find home. The sorcerer hesitated and then added with a proud look on his face, I mean it as a metaphor, of course. Sonny looked at him for a long time, then smiled. That was a great metaphor, Noctis grinned. It was, wasn't it? Well, why wouldn't it be? I am the most learned man in all of the Kingdom of Hope, after all. At that moment, they passed between the menhirs and approached the edge of the island, where the ugly monstrosities that Noctis had called statues of him stood. There were 14 of them, each at least twice as tall as Sonny and cut of solid marble. He had not looked at the fruits of the sorcerer's labor after that first time, and was momentarily disturbed. If the first statue could have been remotely called an image of a person, the rest of them, without a doubt, resembled terrifying abominations much more. They were giant and heavy, with talons, claws, fangs, spikes, and horns that made Sonny's own look pathetic in comparison. The giant gargoyles looked frightening, unsightly, ferocious, and each had mighty stone wings. Surrounded by monuments of harrowing creatures, he suddenly felt small and weak. Feeling uneasy, Sonny glanced at Noctis and asked, These are statues of you? The sorcerer laughed. Oh, well, I might have lied a little. These were never meant to look like me. With that, a sailor doll silently appeared from the darkness, carrying a heavy box that was wrapped in thick, heavy chains. As soon as Sonny saw the box, he felt his heart turn cold and muffled whispers invade his ears. Involuntarily, he took a step back. What the hell is in that thing? Noctis calmly took the box, which trembled slightly, as if something inside was trying to break free. At the same time, Sonny thought that he noticed a movement under the sorcerer's skin. The immortal grimaced and then said, Souls, a few especially vile souls that I have collected across the centuries. Sonny scowled, gripping the cruel sight tighter. And what exactly are you planning to do with these souls? Noctis glanced at him, smiled, and then easily tore the heavy chains keeping the box shut. What else? I am going to create a few little helpers for you and your strange friends. What, were you really going to take on the armies of the Ivory City and the Red Colosseum all by yourself? By the moon, Sunless, I do trust in your abilities, but what would people say if I turned out to be the only chain lord without an army? How would that look? Ah no, such an embarrassment would simply not do. With that, he opened the box, his eyes shining with cold moonlight. And in the next moment, the 14 terrifying stone beasts suddenly moved. Chapter 713. War Drums. The flying ship was moving through the deep darkness of the sky below, escorted by 14 stone fiends. With the ocean of flames burning below and vast nothingness above, it seemed as though they were sailing through purgatory. Noctis stood at the steering oars, slouched, with a pale face and dark circles under his eyes. He did not seem to be doing too well, but his hand was steady as it controlled the ship. On the upper deck, the sailor dolls were preparing for battle. They were moving wooden ballistae into position and loading heavy bolts into them, with an especially fearsome siege engine placed at the bow. The bolts themselves were not that simple, too. Their surfaces were carved with runes, which shimmered with stored soul essence and brimmed with power. The mannequins themselves were armed as well, their elegant liveries replaced with chainmail. They carried heavy bows, sabers, and hatchets, both to kill the enemies and defend the ship from boarding hooks. There were plenty of quivers full of arrows around, as well as barrels of water to douse the flames should the sails catch on fire. The sails, meanwhile, were turned at a strange angle to catch the hot air rising from below, surrounding the vessel from the sides like wings. The ship was flying swiftly, but in the emptiness of the sky below, it was hard to measure how much distance they were covering. Sunny could only tell that their speed was tremendous because of the powerful torrent of essence flowing through the ancient wood, and the howling of the wind that was being cut by the armored ram of the ship. At this rate, they were going to reach the Ivory City soon. The cohort was preparing for battle, too. Kai had summoned his white and gold armor, a memory he had earned while commanding a centuria of the Sun Legion. Behind the charred wooden max, his eyes were serious and focused. He was examining the fletching of arrows in his quiver, a mighty bow resting at his feet. This bow had come from a champion of the war sect he had slain, and was a deadly weapon. Effie was standing nearby, leaning on the runic spear Sunny had given her. The dusk shard was propped against the board of the ship, almost as tall as the little girl, and there was a white cape that seemed to be weaved from starlight resting on her shoulders, the starlight shard, which she had received after slaying the Lord of the Dead. Of course, Effie had a whole arsenal of other memories at her disposal, those that she had collected over the years on the Forgotten Shore, and those she received for slaying countless abominations to saturate her awakened core before venturing into the seat of nightmare. Weapons, tools, charms. She was going to summon them when the need arose. Knowing that the battle ahead would be long and arduous, the little girl was hungrily devouring a pile of roasted meat. Cassie was quietly observing Nox, her hand resting on the hilt of the quiet dancer. Her role in the approaching battle was going to be especially important. When the sorcerer clashed with Solvane and Sun Prince, she would have to control the flying ship and command the sailor dolls, drawing the bulk of the enemy's ire. Sunny was getting ready, too. He had summoned the mantle of the underworld, which covered his demonic body like an onyx carapace. Since this battle was going to be against humans, and not mighty nightmare creatures, he had judged that its utility would be more valuable than the impregnable defense of the undying chain. There was no Elias around to heal a mortal wound should he receive one as well, so its incredible enchantment was less useful. The blood blossom rested in the onyx armor's breastplate, ready to grant him its strength. In his 4 hands he held the cruel sight, the midnight shard, and Morgan's warbow. 3 shadows rested in his soul, ready to be sent forth to destroy and slaughter. He was ready, well, as ready as he could be. Just as Sunny thought it, Noctis suddenly moved and then looked up, a wild smile slowly appearing on his lips. His voice sounded hoarse but clear. "Ah, they finally sensed us." The members of the cohort turned to him, their faces calm and collected. The sorcerer grinned and then moved one of the oars, sending the ship flying up. His eyes glinted with distant moonlight. "No point in hiding anymore. We are close enough anyway. Oh, what a night to be alive, my friends." His laughter rolled across the deck as the ancient vessel climbed higher and higher, swiftly approaching the dark side of the chained island. Sonny stared up, knowing that just in a few minutes the end of this nightmare was going to begin. As he did, Cassie silently approached him and stood nearby for a few moments, silent. Then she said, "No matter what happens, don't let him enter the tower." Sonny frowned, looking at her with a somber expression. "Who? Noctis?" She lingered for a second and then shook her head. "No, Mordred." Sonny smiled and turned away. Why was his guarantee of conquering the nightmare if we do as he says a lie? The young woman did not speak for a while, then said simply, "No, I don't think so." Sonny glanced at her and raised an eyebrow. "Why should I try to stop him, then?" She hesitated for a moment. Then Cassie asked, "What happens after the nightmare?" Sonny sighed, then chuckled wryly. "All right, I'll take your request into consideration." He could already see the dark underbelly of the Kingdom of Hope above them and hear the distant whisper of war drums. Caught by surprise, the two armies were hurriedly preparing to meet them. Looking at his friends, Sonny sighed and then said in a neutral voice, "I guess this is it. Good luck, guys. Don't die out there." Kai and Effie looked at him and then nodded. The little girls smiled crookedly. "Why would we die? It's just a couple of armies and 3 transcendents. No big deal." She hesitated for a bit and then added in a somber tone, "However, let's make a promise to not do suicidal battles beneath giant towers again, okay? I mean, at this rate it might become a habit." Sonny looked at her and grinned. "So what next time we should do battle on top of a giant tower?" Effie sighed. "No, no towers. Let's try to avoid giant towers in the future entirely. How does that sound?" Sonny laughed, then turned away and stared at the approaching islands. "Sounds fine to me. Can't promise anything, though." Chapter 714. Naught. As the silver circle of the full moon reached the highest point in the sky, a sudden movement tore through the darkness of the night. In the clamor of drums and human voices, an armada of wooden ships flew forward, each vessel illuminated by the orange flame of lanterns. Some had red sails and some had white. In the pale moonlight, all of them looked gray and colorless. The ships rushed forward, seeming like a river of lights. On their decks, human figures moved, feverishly preparing for battle. The soldiers were drawing their weapons and knocking arrows on the strings of their bows, while the captains stared at the radiant moon, their faces tense and grim. Soon, a lonesome black dot appeared on the surface of the silver disk, and then slowly grew as it drew closer. A single ship, this one much larger and more graceful than the rest of them, was fearlessly flying to meet the luminous armada. There was a beautiful tree growing around its mast, and a man with pale skin and raven-black hair standing at the oar, guiding the vessel forward. His eyes were gray and clear, shining with the reflected light of the moon. Standing near Noctis, Sonny could not help but feel a dark resentment grip his hearts. Curse it! They had chosen the time of the attack to catch the armies of the Chain Lords unprepared. Most of the soldiers were still on march to the Ivory City, their formation broken and in disarray. It was not easy to unite 2 large forces, and Noctis had chosen the precise moment when the chaos was at its worst to stage his assault. And yet, there was still a considerable force ready to defend the city. At least 100 ships rose into the air to intercept and destroy them, each carrying dozens of warriors, some of them awakened, and some even ascended, but all the absolute elite the warring factions had to offer. And somewhere out there, 2 immortal transcendents were waiting to take their turn. That is what Noctis and the cohort were up against. Sonny lingered for a moment and then glanced past the approaching river of lights at the distant shapes of the Ivory City. It was as beautiful during the night as it was during the day. The graceful arches of the tall aqueducts, the aerial bridges that connected the islands, the buildings made of white stone. The streets of the city were empty, but he could feel thousands of frightened souls trembling behind the walls that they had considered solid and safe, not knowing what calamity he and his friends were bringing to their doorstep. Suddenly grim, he had to remind himself that these were the people that had tried to sacrifice Kai to satiate a dragon's hunger and then burned him alive for daring to survive. And the dragon himself was there, too, powerless for now, at least until the dawn came. Gritting his teeth, he took a step forward and closed his eyes for a moment. Just 100 ships, what is there to fear? I just have to bring 10 or 20 down, maybe kill a few ascendants. Big deal. The armada was already close enough to make out the distant shapes of humans rushing on the decks. A gust of wind brought with it a chorus of voices. Sonny shuddered, recognizing the familiar chant. Glory, glory, glory. He opened his lightless eyes, all doubt and remorse disappearing from them, leaving behind only the cold will to kill. Somewhere behind him, Noctis suddenly grinned and then whispered in a hoarse voice, "Now, witness us, gods." A moment later, the massive siege engine standing at the bow of the ship suddenly rang, sending a heavy bolt flying through the darkness. As it pierced the sky, a weave of ancient runes shone on its surface, and the winds howled, cut by its sharp blades. Streaking toward the distant armada like a falling star, the bolt struck the hull of the forward vessel and crushed straight through it, pulverizing a large part of the bow. It tore through the innards of the enemy ship, and then an explosion of pale light suddenly illuminated the vessel from within for a split second, leaving behind nothing but a cloud of bloody debris. The whole ship was destroyed in an instant. Noctis laughed madly, and as he did, the sailor dolls were already rushing to reload the engine. While they were busy with it, the sorcerer moved one of the oars, throwing his own ship into a turn to let its left board, and the loaded ballistae situated there faced the rushing enemy fleet. And just like that, the battle that was meant to change the course of history forever started. The sorcerer's ship had an advantage in size, speed, power of enchantments, and the reach of its weapons. However, the difference was not insurmountable. Before the bow engine could be reloaded, they would already be being pelted by arrows and harpoons of the enemy. Get ready, my friends. The sailor dolls pulled the levers of the portside ballistae, sending several smaller but still devastating bolts flying toward the approaching armada. Others readied their bows, staring forward with indifferent wooden faces. Sonny raised Morgan's warbow, ready to draw it, and threw a question over his shoulder. What of Solving? What of Sun Prince? Noctis smiled wickedly. Can't you feel they are approaching? Song of the Fallen, my lady, I am afraid you will have to take the oars soon. Do not worry, however. As long as the moon shines, I will make easy work of those two. He lingered for a moment, sending the ship into another turn, and then added, Do worry about the enemy ships, though. If you are not careful, they will tear my beauty apart in no time, not to mention peppering you full of arrows. The ships he mentioned were almost in range to shoot their own onagers and ballistae. Even though the sorcerer's vessel was graceful, swift, and stalwart, it seemed impossible for anything to survive the devastating rain of projectiles. Sonny tensed, his pupils narrowing into two vertical slits of pure darkness. A few moments before the onslaught came, however, 14 fearsome shadows suddenly flew from below the islands and flashed upward, colliding against the first row of the enemy ships. Splinters of wood and torn limbs shot into the air, and for a moment the enemy's formation was broken. Using that moment, Noctis sent the ship into a dive, narrowly avoiding the aim of the armada and at the same time presenting its starboard. Another set of ballistae shot their bolts, adding to the mayhem. The sorcerer glanced at Sonny, Effie, and Kai with a wild smile. It is your turn, Sunless. Now or nev. Then, however, he abruptly grew silent and flinched. Noctis's face, which had already been pale, turned white as a sheet. He groaned and then slowly turned his head, looking up with a stunned expression. A moment later, Sonny heard the immortal let out an ominous whisper. "Oh, this is not good at all." Feeling a cold shiver run down his spine, Sonny turned and followed the sorcerer's gaze up and up into the night sky. Then he froze. What? The moon was disappearing. Chapter 715. Boarding party. Out there in the sky, the silver disk of the moon was slowly being devoured by darkness, as if drowning in a vast and impenetrable shadow. One of its edges was already gone, and with each moment more and more of it was being erased by the shadows. It looked like an eclipse. Noctis paled, and at the same time, Sonny suddenly felt reinvigorated. It was as though every shadow in the world had just become deeper and darker, and as one of them, he did, too. The feeling was strange and euphoric, but Sonny knew that this eclipse was an ill omen for all of them. Turning to the sorcerer, he asked, "What is going on?" Noctis stared at the disappearing moon with a dark expression and then shivered. I guess Sever's had a trick of his own up his sleeve. I did not expect him to get his hands on a piece of Shadow's domain, though how is this even possible?" Seeing a lost expression on the sorcerer's face, Sonny growled. "How severe is your flaw? How weak are you going to be when the moon is fully gone? What do we do now?" The fleet of the Ivory City was still closing the distance to obliterate them, so there was no time to waste. They had a few moments before the clash at best. He had to know what was going on. Noctis glanced at the dimming moon for one more second, then turned away and sighed. "Well," a pale smile appeared on his lips. "Do you guys remember how I told you that I will take care of both Solvin and Sun Prince while you distract their armies?" The sorcerer's smile grew wider, a mad glint appearing in his eyes. "Change of plans. You will have to keep the prince busy for a bit, too. I will try to deal with Solvin. Best of luck to you, my friends. And to me as well." With that, he stepped out of the magical circle and gestured for Cassie to grab the oars, which she hurriedly did. A moment later, Noctis was already standing on the board of the ship, his raven-black hair dancing in the wind. Sonny opened his eyes wide and screamed, "Wait! How the hell are we supposed to keep a transcendent busy?" The sorcerer threw a quick glance over his shoulder and laughed. "I don't know. Figure something out. Try to stab him with my knife, maybe." "No, stabbing that steel behemoth won't do anything." With that, he simply took a step forward and fell down, disappearing in the darkness and the howling wind without a trace. Just like that, Noctis was gone. Sonny stared at the empty space where the sorcerer had been just a moment ago with a stunned expression. His momentary stupor was broken by Cassie's shout. "Sonny, there are only a few seconds left. What do we do?" The blind girl was controlling the flying ship, desperately trying to right its course so that it wouldn't take the full brunt of the Armada's siege weapons all at once. Sonny had no idea how she was able to fly the ancient vessel without being able to see, and it did not matter right now. He hesitated for a moment, then turned away and let out a resentful growl. "We follow the plan. Nothing really changed." Effie raised the dusk shard and asked, her voice grim, "What about the big bastard?" Sonny gritted his teeth. "Last I checked, that monstrosity cannot fly. As long as we stay in the air, we should be fine." Cassie pushed one of the oars down, then frowned. Her voice sounded hesitant. "But how do we stop him from going after Noctis?" He looked at her, then cursed. "No idea. Shoot him with the damned bolt thrower, the big one." With that, Sonny left the blind girl behind and rushed forward. The enemy ships were already close enough for him to feel shadows dancing on their decks. Which meant that it was time for him, Effie, and Kai to join the fight. A large fleet was closing in on a swift vessel, its formation in a mess because of the 14 ghastly stone abominations wreaking havoc on the flying ships. Each of the massive gargoyles bore the soul of a vile, corrupted creature, so their might and ferocity were terrifying, not entirely on par with the original fiends that Noctis had slain, but close to it. And yet, they alone were not enough. In fact, the 14 gargoyles were merely a distraction. The main strike was yet to come. As the graceful ship came within range of the fleet's siege weapons, it dove down, and at the same time, several figures jumped off its deck into the air. A few moments later, the air was suddenly filled with the smell of blood. The captain of one of the vessels shouted something, pointing upward. Then, however, he swayed and fell down, his neck pierced by an arrow. At the same time, something fell from above. It was a young girl carrying a heavy round shield. Just above her, a man in a charred wooden mask hovered in the air, already drawing the string of his bow once again. Effie, who had been tossed down by Kai, hit the deck of the ship, slid on the dusk shard for a moment, then rolled and jumped to her feet, the runic spear in her hand glowing with an angry red light. That shine only grew brighter when the spear pierced a man's chest and was painted with crimson blood. As another awakened toppled over with a scream, struck down by an arrow. Effie twisted and shook her spear, throwing the corpse of her first victim at the rushing enemies. Her shield flashed, its rim crushing someone's chest. Then an enemy blade fell from above, landing on her shoulder and bounced off her skin, not leaving behind even a scratch. A split second later, the attacker was already dead, and the young girl continued her slaughter, fighting like a demon released from the depths of hell. Like a perfect vessel of war. There were only 2 pupils of the Red Sect left alive in the whole world, after all. One of them was Solving, and the other was here on the ship, killing Solving's followers one after another with a feral grin on her childish face. If warriors on the other vessels of the fleet could have seen what was happening, they would have felt lucky to be safe from the little beast and her guardian's deadly arrows, but their relief would have been misplaced. Because the young warrior and the flying archer were not the only ones boarding the flying ships. Much more terrifying than them were the coming shadows. Chapter 716. Head of the Snake, a swift figure streaked across the sky, and then a black steed landed on the deck of a flying ship, its eyes burning with crimson light. The stallion had a coat that was as black as night, 2 horns of adamantine metal, and fangs that resembled those of a wolf. On its back rode a graceful knight clad in onyx armor, the scarlet blade of her odachi matching 2 ruby lights shining behind the visor of her closed helmet. Without pause, the dark rider sent her steed forward, and her sword flashed, beheading the nearest warrior of the Sun Legion in one smooth strike. The other awakened froze for a moment, suddenly grasped by a cold feeling of dread. And as fear crawled into their hearts, the terrifying crimson flames burning in the eyes of the tenebrous stallion ignited even brighter. It moved its head, biting into the neck of another soldier and tearing it wide open. More blood flowed onto the deck. On another ship, the soldiers suddenly screamed and aimed their bows up as a massive shadow suddenly covered the deck. But they were too late. As a gale of wind raised by mighty wings threw some of them off their feet, a repulsive creature crashed into the deck. It resembled a giant lion with the head of a raven, its body gaunt and entirely black. The creature had 2 powerful hind legs and 6 limbs protruding from its wide chest, each ending with a set of long talons. Lean muscles were rolling under its skin like worms, and its terrifying beak was open, revealing rows of sharp, needle-like fangs and a long tongue. Both the fangs and the tongue were of the same black color as the rest of the abominable monstrosity. Using the momentary shock of the warriors, the Soul Serpent, who had assumed the form of a spire messenger, reached out with its 6 arms and sliced 6 bodies apart with its talons. Blood sprayed into the air, and a chilling, ghastly wail escaped from its beak. And lastly, on the stern of yet another ship, a towering devil wearing black armor simply appeared out of the shadow, silently and without anyone noticing him for a split second. That 1 second was enough for a bolt of lightning to fly off his bow and hit a warrior in red armor that had been preparing to pull the lever of a ballista on the bow of the ship. Instantly, arcs of furious radiance chained to a dozen nearest soldiers, killing several, burning a few and stunning the rest. Dismissing Morgan's warbow, Sonny dashed forward and brandished the cruel sight, as well as the austere tackeye he held in the other 2 of his 4 hands. He knew that his time was short. Yes, Sonny was powerful, and so were his shadows. But when the defenders of the Ivory City recovered from the initial shock, they were going to show that each of them was an awakened, too. And then, who knew how long he would be able to survive? The first thing to do was to cut off the head of the snake, ramming into a tall soldier with his shoulder. Sonny sent him flying away and raised the midnight shard for a devastating downward slash. The captain of the ship, a gray-haired man with a noble face and a thick beard, reacted too fast, throwing his own sword up to block the attack. However, the tackeye never came down. If Sonny really wanted to attack it with it, he would have never telegraphed his strike so clearly. Instead, the cruel sight shot forward from below, piercing the captain through the chest. Infused with divine flame, it easily went through his armor and flesh, killing the man on the spot. The warmonger only had time to look at Sonny with eyes clouded by pain and smile happily. Then he fell down like a tree that had been cut down by an axe. Damned crazies. The captain was dead, which would make things easier for Sonny. However, there were still dozens of awakened warriors on the deck of the ship, now fully aware of his presence and clamoring to spill his blood. Sonny had fought plenty of Solvin's followers in the Red Colosseum, and knew very well how skilled and powerful they were. He was not sure of his ability to survive a battle against that many, especially now that he had no shadows augmenting his body. 3 of them were with Saint, Serpent, and Nightmare, and the 4th one lay on the bloody deck behind him to serve as his eyes. With the enemy possessing such a terrible numeric advantage, he judged that being aware of his surroundings would be more useful than a bit of physical might. Regardless, Sonny was not going to fight them all unless he absolutely had to. Throwing the captain's corpse out of his way with a powerful kick, Sonny dashed forward and grabbed one of the steering oars the man had been holding. He might not have known how to fly a ship, but from watching Noctis and Cassie do it, he at least knew how to crash one. As the shadow lantern appeared on his belt and devoured all light nearby, thus hiding him in a cloud of darkness and making it harder for the archers to hit him, Sonny pulled the steering oar all the way to the right. Slowly, the flying ship started to turn left, going off course and breaking formation. A few arrows zipped past Sonny, one bouncing off his helmet and throwing his head back. He could see 10 or so of the closest warmongers already running at him, and further back, even more rushing to join their comrades. Those who had been stunned by the strike of thunder were coming to their senses as well. Crap! Forced to keep the oar in place and thus immobilized, he gritted his teeth and threw the cruel sight as a javelin, aiming to kill the nearest of the approaching enemies. However, his spear simply froze in the air, as if the attackers were surrounded by an invisible barrier. In the next moment, a ball of furious light invaded the cloud of darkness that protected him, dimming somewhat, but not disappearing instantly. That was the problem with fighting against Awakened. Every one of them had an aspect, and each aspect was unique, making them excruciatingly unpredictable and hard to deal with. As more arrows were aimed at his head, Sonny cursed, let go of the oar, and dissolved into shadows. Left with no one to hold it in place, the steering oar returned to its natural position. But the damage was already done. Before anyone could get to it, the flying ship careened and rammed straight into the side of another one, piercing it with the metal beak of the forward ram and wedging itself deep into the Allied vessel. Both ships were heavily damaged by the collision, but the situation was still not unsalvageable. If an experienced captain acted with haste, at least one, or maybe even both vessels could be saved. But before that could happen, a four-armed demon suddenly appeared from the shadows on the stern of the rammed ship, and a few moments later its captain was dead, too. Just like that, Sonny had doomed 2 ships and 100 souls to death with 2 strikes of his weapons. He glanced into the night sky for a moment and groaned. Just 90-something or so left. Great. A muffled, mad laugh suddenly escaped from his lips. Chapter 717. Slick with blood as 100 souls plummeted to their deaths in a rain of wooden debris, the four-armed devil who had doomed them to death laughed madly. Of course, he was falling with the rest. But unlike most of the warriors on the broken ship, the devil had long grown accustomed to plummeting from great heights. After all, he had once spent a whole month falling into the endless darkness of the sky below. Dissolving into the shadows, Sonny appeared on the deck of the nearest ship. His sword flashed, ending the life of a Sun Legion soldier that stood in his way and sending blood spraying into the night air. There was only a moment before the enemies would shrug off the shock of his sudden arrival. And so, he did not waste any time. Lunging forward, Sonny struck another warrior in the back with the cruel sight, slashed the midnight shard across the throat of an enemy archer, and wrapped his tail around the neck of a third soldier. Sending the last one overboard with a powerful throw, he bared his teeth and briefly glanced into the night sky. Out there in the lightless void, Effie and Kai had managed to slaughter the entire crew of one of the ships and sent the vessel crashing into the rest of the formation. The little girl jumped off the rails at the last moment, and the swift archer caught her, carrying both of them away toward the next target. The ship where Saint and Nightmare landed was silent and dark, with not a soul moving on it. Everyone was already dead, and the vessel was careening to the side, ready to plummet down. The black courser galloped across the bloody deck and soared into the sky, breaching a gap of 100 meters with a single jump and landing among fearful awakened on a different ship. Saint's scarlet Odachi flashed. The Soul Serpent crashed on the deck of another flying vessel, the previous one he had visited breaking apart as it fell into the darkness. Before the warriors could react to the appearance of the ghastly abomination, its shape suddenly shifted, turning into a mass of liquid darkness. Then, the darkness flowed into a figure of a menacing knight, his black armor forged from a lusterless anthracite steel and decorated with intricate engravings. The great sword of the knight rose and fell like a guillotine, severing flesh and bone. Sonny grinned. Not bad. Effie and Kai had taken out 2 ships, while he and his shadows took out 4. The gargoyles had destroyed even more at this rate. Obliterating the entire fleet was not going to be as impossible as it had seemed. But of course, that was just an illusion. The main reason for that was a simple but inescapable fact, that their reserves of essence were not going to last that long. Every time Sonny used Shadow Step to travel between ships, he wasted a big chunk of his, not to mention the fact that using multiple active enchantments at the same time was constantly draining it, as well. The Shadow Lantern was especially gluttonous. Every time Serpent killed an enemy, a small amount of essence flowed into Sonny's cores. However, the formless shadow was consuming its own essence at a terrible speed. Not only did it have to expend it to maintain the form of other creatures, but using their abilities had a cost, too. The Soul Serpent was not going to be able to keep it up for long. The second reason was that for now, the cohort had the element of surprise on their side. As soon as the fleet realized what was happening, taking down the ships were going to grow much, much harder. So all Sonny could do was deliver as much damage as he could, as fast as he could, and then hope for a miracle. Of course, with his luck, chances were that he would have to create that miracle himself. Killing another enemy, Sonny threw his corpse aside and dashed toward the captain of the ship, hoping to slay him and sow discord in the coordination of the vessel's crew. However, this time he failed to behead the snake with one swift strike. The officer of the Sun Legion that commanded the ship deflected his attack with frightening ease, and then delivered a blow of his own, throwing Sunny back. An angry hiss escaped from his lips. Damnation! The captain was an ascended, and one of remarkable might as well. Throwing a quick glance at the dozens of warriors surrounding him, Sunny gritted his teeth and fought. He fought. As he had in front of the gate in the waking world, surrounded from all sides by nightmare creatures. Using everything he had, every trick and deception he could muster, and every little bit of skill and experience he had earned in the past years. Soon, the deck of the ship grew slick with blood, most of it human but not all. There were a few drops of his own mixed into it as well, shining with the invisible light of divinity. Sunny killed as many enemies as he could, and then killed even more. The mantle of the underworld rang as a rain of blows landed on it, a few blades finding their way through the thin cracks and biting into his flesh. He spun and danced, reaping lives and jumping through shadows to avoid being entirely surrounded. The awakened warriors were bad enough, but their ascended captain was simply a menace. No matter what Sunny did, the man simply shrugged off all the attacks and pursued, closing distance in a split second no matter how far away from him Sunny jumped. This could not go on any longer. I need to kill this bastard now. Once again forced to cross blades with the ascended and struggling to withstand the blow, Sunny activated the Gates of Shadow enchantment, drowning his immediate surrounding in darkness. The soldiers stumbled, failing to adjust in time. The Ascended, however, had already learned of this ability of his and continued to attack, as though his eyes could adapt to the lack of light. This would have been very bad for Sunny, if he had not counted on exactly that fact. Deactivating the enchantment abruptly, he poured his essence into the cruel sight instead. Instantly, the darkness was replaced by a flash of brilliant sunlight. The captain might have been able to adjust his eyes to see in the dark, but could he do the reverse in an instant? Surprised by the sudden burst of radiant light, the Ascended was blinded for a second, and a second was all Sunny needed. Guided by shadow sense, his spear shot forward and pierced the man's heart. A pulse of divine flame was all it took to make the terrible wound inescapably lethal. The rest was if not easy, then at least simple. Sunny faced the remaining soldiers of the crew and slaughtered them one after another. He was this close to victory when his shadow noticed something streaking through the air, aimed at his back. Sunny flinched, then fell sideways. In the next moment, a massive bolt flew past and struck one of the warriors in the abdomen, throwing the man back like a rag doll and pinning him to the mast, which then exploded into splinters and toppled. Sunny's eyes grew wider. It seemed that the defenders of the Ivory City had finally understood the nature of the threat facing them and responded to it. 2 more ships were hovering some distance away, both aiming their ballistae, as well as numerous arrows, at one spot, him. Sunny gritted his teeth and then dashed forward as fast as he could. Crap! Chapter 718. Heavenly Carnage. Sunny rolled over his shoulder, and just as he did, countless arrows hit the deck in the spot where he had been just a split second ago. Sent from powerful bows made for awakened archers, each carried enough force to pierce plate armor with ease. Of course, the mantle of the underworld was not just any armor. And yet, Sunny was extremely apprehensive of the threat posed by archers. Being battered by a rain of arrows was going to take a toll on his body, and all it took was for one to slide into the slit of his visor, not to mention that there were all kinds of aspects the enemy could possess, and all kinds of runes the bows and the arrows could be enchanted with. The heavy javelins sent flying by the bolt throwers came next. Streaking through the air with terrifying speed, they hit the ship like missiles. Each possessed enough momentum to tear a hole in the deck, sending an explosion of splinters into the air. Sonny was not sure if he would be able to survive being hit by something like that, so he took no risks, diving into the shadows and turning into one of them. The wisest move right now would have been to step onto the deck of a different ship. However, only the two attacking vessels were close enough to not require a truly vast expenditure of essence to perform a jump, and their crews were undoubtedly already prepared to resist an assault. Plus, Sonny was reluctant to leave without killing the remaining soldiers and destroying the ship completely. He had a very good reason for that. While the gargoyles and the 4 boarding parties were harassing the formation and slowly whittling down the number of enemy vessels, the fleet's main target still remained the same. All of them were attacking the graceful ship with a beautiful tree growing around its mast, surrounding it like a murder of hungry crows. Cassie was the 5th and final part of the cohort's assault force, and the one in the most danger. While Sonny and the rest fought with the soldiers of the defending fleet, she was battling the fleet itself. Guided by her hand, the sorcerer's ship maneuvered between the enemy vessels, barely dodging constant shots of their harpoons and siege weapons while responding with its own attacks from time to time. The bolts sent by its ballistae were much more devastating due to runes carved into them by Noctis, taking whole chunks out of the enemy ships or obliterating them completely. It was larger, faster, and much more durable, but it was also alone against countless foes. As Sonny rushed through the shadows toward the stern, he caught a glimpse of the graceful ship as it dove down, the figures of sailor dolls bracing themselves against rails and releasing the strings of their powerful bows. There were deep scratches on its hull and holes in its sails, dozens of arrows sticking out of the deck like needles, but it was still in one piece. Due to Cassie's intuition and uncanny aspect ability, she had been able to predict and avoid the enemy attacks, at least to some degree for now. But the pressure on the lonely ship was mounting with each second, and no matter how many enemy vessels she destroyed, this deadly aerial dance could not continue much longer. Knowing that, the young woman threw the ship into a dive, falling from the dark sky like a star. She was leading the fleet down, toward the surface, where she would be able to maneuver between the flying islands and use their solid mass as a shield. That was extremely dangerous, since any ship moving that low ran a risk of crashing into an island or, even worse, into one of the heavenly chains. But Cassie had no choice. She had to limit the amount of vessels that had a direct line of sight of her ship if she wanted to turn the threat posed by the enemy's overwhelming numerical advantage from insurmountable to simply lethal. She was barely hanging on to life. And so, Sonny could not allow himself to leave this ship before it was disposed of completely. Sure, it was already damaged, and the few soldiers that still lived were not going to be able to both control it and mount the onagers and ballistae. But it would take just one heroic fool with a death wish to ram the damaged vessel into Cassie, taking out the main force of their small army. Emerging from the shadows at the stern, Sonny used the second or two it took the enemy archers to notice him and take aim again to push one of the steering oars all the way up, wedge the prowling thorn into the wood, and then secure the handle of the oar in place with the invisible string attached to the heavy kunai. The ship shuddered, and then its bow turned down, sending it into a downward dive. Sonny made it just in time. Not a moment after he finished the task, a heavy arrow hit him in the back, sending a jolt of pain and a concussive shock running through his body. He was roughly thrown forward and hit the deck, which was slowly turning into a vertical wall. Sonny allowed himself to slide down, dodging a few more arrows that way, and saw the remaining soldiers falling into the night sky with terrified screams. A feral grin appeared on his face. Done. It was time for him to abandon the ship as well. By pure conscience, at that very moment, the falling vessel happened to be at the same altitude as the descending ship that Cassie controlled. Pushing himself off the deck to dive into the shadows, Sonny noticed the massive siege engine on the bow of the sorcerer's ship take aim at an enemy boat. It seemed as if another enemy was going to be destroyed in a second. Then, however, Cassie suddenly gave up on the sure shot and threw the ship into a desperate spin, changing course so abruptly that one of the sailor dolls was thrown overboard. Sonny frowned. What? Before he could finish the thought, the vessel he was still standing on suddenly exploded into debris as something massive tore through it at a stunning speed, and then streaked through the lightless sky, missing Cassie's ship by a hair's breadth. Instead, the thing hit one of the sorcerer's gargoyles and obliterated it completely, turning the terrifying creature into a cloud of stone dust in a blink of an eye. It was only a second later, when Sonny found himself falling down with nothing there to support his weight anymore, that he registered what the thing was. It was a narrow pillar of polished steel, at least 50 meters in length, that ended in a sharp point. That pillar, it looked like a javelin worthy of a giant. Stunned, Sonny turned his head and looked in the direction of the Ivory City as he fell. His eyes widened. He did not like what he saw. He did not like it at all. Chapter 719, Dark Side of the Moon. Out there in the distance, just outside of the Ivory City, a steel colossus towered above a desolate island, his gargantuan body shrouded in darkness. The terrible wound delivered to him by Noctis was mostly repaired, with broken scaffolds hanging from the giant where he had torn himself out of them to join the battle. However, he was still missing an arm. The face of the giant was stoic and unmoving, and his eyes drowned in deep shadows. In front of him, dozens of enormous javelins were thrust into the soil, each tall enough to dwarf a siege tower. As Sonny looked, Sun Prince calmly grabbed one of them, then pulled it out of the ground and moved his hand up, preparing to make another throw. Crap! Plummeting down, Sonny balanced himself in the air and then dove in a certain direction. A few moments later, he crashed into a large fragment of the destroyed ship's hull and disappeared, diving into the shadows on its surface. In a blink of an eye, Sonny rolled onto the deck of one of the two attacking vessels and jumped to his feet, ready to fight. He could not do anything to the steel colossus. All he could do was continue playing his part and pray that Cassie manages to survive. If she failed to draw the giant's attention away from Noctis, all of them were going to die. But he could not do anything about that either. Sonny could make sure that there were fewer enemy ships pursuing her, however, and that was what he intended to do. Killing things was one of his greatest talents, after all. With a loud roar, he dashed forward, toward a battle formation of awakened soldiers. Unlike the crews of the ships he had destroyed already, these warriors had been waiting for an attack, and so were prepared, but it would not save them. They were still going to die. Just a split second before the four-armed devil collided against the front row of the enemy, a sickening feeling suddenly permeated their souls, sapping their hands of strength and filling them with insidious pain. Augmented by the underworld armament enchantment of the onyx armor, the broken oath spread its eroding influence, slowly destroying the very souls of everyone around Sonny. Of course, his own soul was being damaged as well, but it was much stronger than that of mere beasts, and protected by the mantle of the underworld on top of that. He was not going to be able to endure the effect of the vile charm for long, but that did not matter. He just needed to last longer than his enemies. Turning the cruel sight into a sword and summoning the patient avenger into a free hand, Sonny crashed into the formation of weakened enemies and spun, dancing as he sowed death among them. His two blades and his tail moved as if possessing their own lives, and the charred kite shield soon started to emanate an angry orange glow as a rain of strikes fell on it. As it did, the blade of the cruel sight suddenly shone with incandescent white light, and the austere takai with dim orange one. Infused with flames one divine, The other mundane, both blades cut through steel armor as if it was made of paper. Screams of terror and agony rose above the deck of the flying ship, disappearing into the moonless night. Similar slaughter was happening on other ships of the fleet, as well. Effie was rampaging on a slippery deck, moving like a wrecking ball across its blood-soaked surface. When someone tried to attack her from the back, they were killed by sharp arrows falling from the darkness. Kai moved swiftly above the ship, dodging enemy archers and never missing a kill shot. He was dealing almost as much damage as the feral girl. Just like what had happened to Sunny, other vessels moved to assist the one where the two were fighting. But as they did, a black steed landed on the deck of one, while a dark abomination with the head of a raven landed on another. For a few minutes, the defensive formation was in chaos, and then even more ships had to abandon the hunt for the graceful vessel of the traitorous sorcerer to come to their rescue. When they did, however, the stone gargoyles attacked them, causing even more mayhem. Some distance away, Cassie had managed to reach the sky below and was now being pursued in a deadly race between the flying islands, causing several of the enemy ships to break apart as they collided with the heavenly chains, and allowing the sailor dolls to shoot several more down with the siege engines. Down there, she was protected both from the unobstructed attacks of the fleet and from the steel giant's javelins. For a moment, things seemed to be going well, but that was exactly the problem. Left without a target, the steel colossus threw 2 more javelins, destroying 1 or 2 gargoyles with each of throw, and then paused, his gaze traveling across the lightless islands. Just as it did, one of them quaked viciously, and a large chunk of it suddenly crumbled, falling into the abyss of the sky below in a cloud of stone debris. The heavenly chain attached to it was released and whipped across the sky, pulverizing a couple of unfortunate ships that happened to be in its way. Then, something strange happened. The shadow devouring the moon finally spread across all of it, leaving nothing but an empty circle of darkness on the surface of the night sky. But then, that circle suddenly became infused with a dim red glow, and the moon slowly revealed itself once again. Only now it was not silver anymore. Instead, the moon was red as blood and drowned the whole world in an eerie crimson radiance. Still fighting on the deck of the ship and being poisoned by the soul erasure of the broken oath, Sunny spared a moment to glance at the sky, and then pulled his attention back to the battle. Moving through the dim crimson light, he killed another human, gritted his teeth, and then thought, "I wonder if this is good news for us, or bad." A distance away, Sun Prince stared at the crimson moon for a few moments as well. Then he shifted his gaze back to the broken island, and raised his hand, aiming a javelin at something only he could see on its dark, shattered surface. Chapter 720. Crimson Sky. Sunny did not know much about astronomy. However, due to being born during a solar eclipse, he knew a thing or two about eclipses. A useless piece of knowledge he had never thought would become so vital one day. After being devoured by the shadows, the moon had turned red, which seemed like a sign of its return. However, in reality, it just meant that the moon was now fully submerged in the deepest, darkest part of the planet's shadow. So, did Noctis get his power back? Had he grown more powerful than ever even? Or was he currently the weakest he had ever been? Was the damn dream realm even a planet? Sunny did not know and had no time to wonder. He was being destroyed from the inside by the broken oath, and relentlessly attacked by the warriors of the Ivory City at the same time. No matter how many he killed, their tide did not seem to wane. Well, in that case, he just had to kill even more. Jumping back, Sunny braced himself and then put his shoulder behind the patient avenger. In the next moment, a fiery explosion boomed on the deck of the ship. Far away, on a desolate island bordering the Ivory City, Sun Prince raised his hand and aimed the gargantuan javelin, his gaze locked on the ferocious battle between Noctis and Solvent that no one except for him was able to see. His emotionless face glistened with crimson light, reflecting the radiance of the blood moon. Damnation! Thrown down by the detonation of the flames contained within the kite shield and surrounded by a red haze, Sunny rose shakily and stared at the steel colossus, his heart growing cold. Noctis, the bastard, had to be aiming at Noctis. If the sorcerer died, they were going to die with him. Powerless to change anything, Sunny just gritted his teeth and watched. That was why he saw a graceful ship suddenly emerging from the darkness of the sky below, its bow aimed at Sun Prince. Left with no other choice, Cassie had abandoned the safety of the treacherous gaps between the islands and threw her vessel up in a desperate attempt to stall the monstrous giant. The massive siege engine on the bow of the ship shuddered, and a heavy bolt streaked through the dark red sky, hitting the Colossus right in the chest. Then it detonated, drowning the world in pale blue light for a moment. Sunny froze, his eyes opening wide. Crazy girl, she actually did it. When the flash of the explosion disappeared, he saw the towering figure of the prince sway slightly and take half a step back. Then, Sun Prince indifferently looked down, at a barely visible scratch left on the breastplate of his polished armor. He did not seem damaged by the devastating detonation of the enchanted bolt at all. However, he did forget about Noctis, at least for now. That had not come without a cost, though. Cassie's desperate maneuver might have distracted the Colossus, but it left her in a vulnerable position. 4 of the pursuing enemy ships had managed to close distance and surrounded the graceful vessel, showering its deck with arrows. Several sailor dolls fell down, their wooden bodies damaged heavily or destroyed completely. The rest released their own arrows. There were 2 mannequins standing beside the blind young woman, each holding a heavy shield. By now, both shields were riddled with arrows, and this time, their protection turned out to be lacking. 2 arrows slid past Cassie's defenders. She deflected one with the quiet dancer, but the second struck her in the shoulder, throwing the slender girl back. At the same time, the 4 enemy ships shot the heavy ballistae standing on their bows, and 4 wicked bolts hit the hull of the graceful vessel. 2 bounced off, but the other 2 must have possessed powerful enchantment. They lodged themselves deep into the ancient wood, but failed to deal any substantial damage. However, dealing damage was not their real purpose. Each bolt was connected to the ship that had shot it by a thick chain. Harpooned by them, Cassie's vessel was severely slowed down and pulled into 2 different directions, its hull groaning, as if on the verge of being ripped apart. The 2 ships that failed to sink their harpoons into it were free to either close in to send a boarding party over, or simply ram it at high speed. And not too far away, Sun Prince was already readying his javelin again. However, Sunny did not see any of this. After a few moments of disorientation, those warriors who had survived the blast of fire from the patient Avenger had renewed their assault, thrown into a frenzy by the death of so many of their comrades. He was forced to fight without paying attention to anything else. In this battle, each of the members of the cohort had a role to play. He was powerless to help Cassie, even if he wanted to. Sunny had to survive his own ordeal, and the blind girl had to survive hers, that bitter feeling of powerlessness. He had not tasted it in a long, long time. Deflecting a deadly blow of the enemy's sword and killing the man wielding it with a lightning-fast slash of the midnight shard, Sunny let out a hoarse, resentful growl. Hate it, I hate this feeling. Far away, the sailor dolls somehow managed to sever one of the harpoon chains, a few of them silently falling into the crimson darkness in the process. Cassie broke the shaft of the arrow lodged in her shoulder, gritted her teeth, and took the oars again. Now held by only one vessel, she did not try to escape by playing tug-of-war with it, and instead suddenly turned her ship in the direction of the enemy. Not expecting this, the enemy captain did not react in time. As the result, the metal beak of the sorceress ship's ram crashed into its side at full speed, piercing the hull and splitting the whole vessel in half. A moment later, the sailor dolls shot the portside ballistae, several more bolts glancing ineffectively off the giant's impenetrable steel body without leaving even a scratch. It did get his attention, however. Another javelin flew at the graceful ship, missing it just by a meter or two. Cassie did not die, and Sonny did not die either. He slaughtered the last of the ship's defenders and drew in a rugged breath, then braced himself when the deck suddenly shuddered under him. Looking up, he saw boarding hooks biting into the wooden railings and planks being thrown from the deck of another ship to the one he was standing on. Dozens of warriors in red armor were already jumping over, their eyes burning with bloodlust and a maniacal dream of glory. He remained motionless for a split second, and then tiredly smiled. Oh. They came themselves. I see. How convenient. I won't have to waste essence on using Shadow Step. Gripping his weapons, Sonny threw a glance overboard. Only 9 gargoyles remained, but all members of the cohort seemed to be still alive, if a little worse to wear. The enemy fleet was missing 24 ships, or even more. Things were about to get really hard, however. Now that they had the undivided attention of Sun Prince, now that their reserves of essence were starting to run dry. The real trial was about to start. Illuminated by the dim crimson radiance, Sonny bared his fangs and dashed toward the rushing enemies. Chapter 721. Dreadful threat. Sonny cut through the crew of the boarding ship, leaving no one alive. His towering figure moved among the enemies with incredible speed and grace, as if performing a macabre dance of death. His battle style was as shapeless and unpredictable as the devil himself, effortlessly switching from grounded defense to explosive offense, to monstrous ferocity that only a nightmare creature could possess. He fought with his 4 hands, with his fangs and horns, even with his armored tail. As more and more enemies fell, cut down by the burning blades, a scorching haze of evaporating blood surrounded him like a crimson mantle. Here and there, the 2 connected ships were already catching on fire, their sails burning in the dim red darkness of the night sky like funeral pyres for the warriors dying by his hand. And then, suddenly, there was no one left for him to kill. Dismissing the broken oath, Sonny groaned and leaned heavily on the cruel sight. His breath was labored and rugged, and the mantle of the underworld was covered by countless scratches. Beneath the onyx armor, his body was bruised and battered, with several shallow wounds seeping with blood where the enemy blades or aspect abilities had found their way through the cracks. Sonny gritted his teeth. How many ships did I take out? 3, 4, no 5. He looked around, trying to ascertain the situation. The others had done well, too. Together with the gargoyles, the cohort had managed to destroy. His eyes widened. Almost half of the enemy fleet was gone. Dozens of ships were obliterated, thousands of brave warriors killed. A lion's share of that had been done by Cassie and the sailor dolls as well as the gargoyles, but still, Sonny drew in a hoarse breath. When did we become so scary? The thought of being the big dreadful threat for once was refreshing, and yet his excitement was short-lived. No matter how powerful the cohort had become and how well they had planned the battle, it was still not enough. By now, the tide of it was already shifting, their temporary success waning with each second. Sonny, Effie, and Kai had exhausted most of their essence. The Soul Serpent was mere moments away from losing its ability to assume the form of other shadows. Saint and Nightmare were faring better than the rest of them, but they, too, seemed to be slowing down, more and more injuries accumulating on the black body of the fearsome steed, its taciturn rider moving with visible strain. Much worse than that, the sorcerer's ship was playing a deadly game of cat and mouse with Sun Prince. Guided by Cassie's hand, the vessel was still in one piece, but it was unclear how long she would be able to outrun death. Without her presence on the battlefield, the rate at which the enemy ships were being destroyed diminished drastically, and each had more freedom to move and attack. And the gargoyles were no more. Most of them were destroyed by the steel colossus. Some were overpowered and shattered by the ascended warriors of the defending fleet. The few that remained were struggling, caught in enchanted chain nets and moments from being obliterated. The blood moon still shone with crimson radiance, as though the eclipse had no intention of ever ending, and there was no sign of Noctis. There was no sign of solving, too, which meant that the sorcerer was still alive, at least. The only indication that the two immortal transcendents were out there, somewhere, locked in a vicious fight, were the loud rattling of the heavenly chains and sudden quakes that run through one island after another. The islands swayed as pieces of them crumbled into the sky below. Hoping that Noctis would arrive and save them all like a god out of the machine was pointless. Hoping for anything was pointless. They were here to release hope from her shackles, after all, and not the other way around. The situation was about to turn really, really bad for the cohort, and there was no way Sunny could think of to change it. No problem. I'll just go and destroy 5 more ships somehow. And then 5 more falling down, he dove into the shadows and stepped through them, wasting some of his last essence to appear on a different ship. Sunny might have been tired, but the battle went on. The world did not care about his exhaustion. It only cared about one thing: Sunny had to fight or die. On a different vessel, Effie stared at the broken remains of the runic spear in her hand for a short moment, then let out an infuriated shout and bashed the attacking enemy with what was left of its shaft, using it as a club to shatter his leg. The dusk shard was growing heavy in her hand, and she had no essence left to spare to activate the indomitable enchantment and change its weight. Because of that, Effie was a split second too slow, and a sharp blade passed beneath the shield to slash her across the shoulder. This time, the blade did not bounce off the girl's skin and instead sliced it apart. Drops of blood fell down to the slick deck. High above, Kai barely dodged an enemy arrow and reached toward his quiver, only to find it empty. Gritting his teeth, he dashed to the side, caught another arrow out of the air, then instantly knocked his on the string of his bow and sent it flying back at the archer, hitting the man in the eye. His essence was nearly gone as well, and he had already lost too much blood to the blood arrow. Mundane ones were all he could use, and now he had none left. A few moments later, the man in a charred wooden mask crashed into the deck of the ship a few steps away from Effie and spun, summoning a sharp saber. He was prepared to cover the young girl's back to his last breath, if need be. And some distance away, Cassie finally failed to dodge one of the monstrous javelins completely. It streaked across the deck of the graceful ship, turning the massive siege engine on its bow into a cloud of splinters, tearing out a part of the hull, and obliterating a dozen sailor dolls along with it. The young woman paled at the sounds of carnage, then hesitated for a few long moments. Then a resolute expression appeared on her beautiful face. With a steady hand, she pushed one of the oars all the way down. Following her command, the ancient vessel abandoned the border between the two skies and started climbing up. Higher, higher, and then higher still, as if trying to reach the crimson moon itself. Chapter 722. Sole Reaver landing on the deck of the enemy ship, Sunny swayed and caught himself, then stared somberly at the warriors of the Sun Legion, all of whom had already noticed his arrival. Following the command of the captain, the swordsmen advanced in a loose but orderly formation. Behind them, the archers drew their bows and aimed them at the towering devil, their eyes shining with faith and resolve. They did not get a chance to shoot, however. A split second later, a ghastly abomination landed between them, its 6 front limbs and terrifying beak reaping half a dozen lives in an instant. This was Sunny's signal to move. He dashed toward the ranks of the advancing swordsmen, and at the same time, the Soul Serpent attacked them from behind. The two cut through the defenders of the ship and met in the middle of its deck. It was at that moment that the shadow finally exhausted the last of its essence. The abominable form of the spire messenger suddenly lost its shape and crumbled into a tide of darkness, which then rushed toward Sunny. A serpentine black Odachi then appeared in his hands. Sunny dismissed his other weapons, leaving only the great blade to keep him company, and roared. He was too low on essence to use any of their enchantments, anyway, but each kill of the Odachi was going to return a portion of it into his cores. More than that, the Soul Serpent was not the only one who reunited with Sunny. The haughty shadow had returned, as well, and had already wrapped itself around his body, alleviating some of his exhaustion and gifting him with its strength. Now, all Sunny had to do was fight and kill. With each of the enemies that fell, he was going to replenish more of his dwindling shadow essence, and that essence would then be used to kill more enemies and destroy more ships. As long as he continued to kill, he would not have to stop. Unless he was killed himself, of course. Soul Reaver was, indeed, an insidious ability. In a split second before the avalanche of enemies descended on him, Sunny glanced into the crimson sky. Out there, at a distance, the graceful ship was climbing high into the sky. Its hull was in shambles, with several sections of it shattered by the heavy bolts of the enemy ballistae. The powerful siege engine on its bow was gone, blown away by some terrible strike. There was a massive harpoon lodged in the vessel's side, with a piece of an enemy ship swinging below it on a thick chain. Barely any sailor dolls remained on the deck, most of them broken or destroyed. Seeing the pitiful state of the once majestic ship, Sunny couldn't help but grit his teeth. Then he frowned. What the hell is she doing? Why was Cassie rising into the sky? Out there in the boundless vastness of the night, there was nothing to protect her from the ire of Sun Prince and the enemy ships. The winds were much stronger up there and the air much thinner. It was very risky, however. Sunny had no time to think about it. The blind girl must have known what she was doing. Out of everyone he knew, he was confident in Cassie's foresight the most. She always had a reason. Throwing these thoughts out of his mind, Sunny strangled his worry for her and clashed with the first few of the enemies. He slashed down, splitting the opponent's helmet and skull with the sharp blade of the great Odachi, then slammed its hilt into another man's face, shook off the first corpse of the sword, and cut low, severing another enemy's leg. Then Sunny grabbed the disoriented man whose face he had just crushed with one of his free hands, and using his body as a shield, barreled through the enemies, slashing left and right. The mantle of the underworld rang, withstanding several powerful blows. One of the strikes was especially dire. Something managed to cut through the onyx armor and bit deep into his flesh, making Sunny stumble and hiss. It was the captain of the vessel. The woman in bright armor stood among the slaughtered archers, her hands raised, two discs of sharp, blinding light forming on her palms. Cursing, Sunny threw the body of the still struggling enemy at the attacking legionnaires, and then bent down, picking up a stray bolt meant for the ship's ballistae. In the hand of the towering demon, the massive projectile almost looked like an oversized spear. Sending some of the newly received essence into his muscles, Sunny grunted and then tossed the bolt with all his mind. The captain's eyes widened, but before she could even move, the improvised javelin struck her in the chest with the force of a siege ram, ending the woman's life immediately. You have slain and ascended. Sunny had no time to celebrate, because he was once again being attacked from all sides. The corner of his mouth twitched. She was an ascended, huh? He slaughtered the remaining crew of the ship, then rammed it into another vessel and slaughtered its defenders as well. By then, the mantle of the underworld was full of cracks and gaps, and his battered body beneath was full of holes. On the bright side, he had regained enough essence to freely activate the living stone enchantment of his armor, which allowed it to quickly recover from the damage and glisten darkly once again, its surface flawless and pristine. Sonny could not say the same about himself. Even though he had managed to recover some essence, his physical state was swiftly deteriorating. The countless shallow wounds were not too dangerous, especially because Blue Weave refused to allow his blood to flow out of them. A couple of the more serious injuries he had received were not too bothersome for now as well. However, his endurance was not limitless. Sonny was dead tired, and no amount of essence could fix that. He had only managed to last that long because of the Blood Blossom and the underworld armament, but even that was not enough to sustain him anymore. And the battle still raged on. Cassie had climbed so high into the sky that he could not even see her damaged ship anymore, taking most of what remained of the enemy fleet with her. The light of their lanterns turned into small dots that moved high above, resembling falling stars. From time to time, a piece of broken wood would fall from the darkness, reminding him that a fierce clash was still taking place up above. The pressure on the boarding parties reduced somewhat, but there were still a dozen ships left to stall them, or rather, hunt them down. Now that Sonny, his shadows, and his friends were tired and riddled with wounds, the roles they played subtly changed. He was not sure who was attacking whom anymore. But worse of all, with the distraction of Cassie's ship gone, the Steel Colossus once again resumed his search for Noctis. Sun Prince grabbed two of his gargantuan javelins, then bent slightly and lunged forward. Gaining incredible speed, the giant leaped into the air, flew across a vast gap between two islands, and landed on the surface of a new one with a thunderous crash. This island was just one chain away from the Ivory City, with several tall pillars rising into the air to serve as mooring masts for the flying ships. Much more importantly from it, the Colossus had a clear shot at the last place where Noctis and Solving had shown themselves, still locked in terrible combat. Sun Prince gazed into the crimson darkness, and then slowly raised his hand. Chapter 723, Falling Star, Crap. The ship Sonny had just cleared happened to be very near to the island where Sun Prince was standing. In fact, all of the remaining ships were close to it due to the fact that the battle had gradually shifted closer to the Ivory City. He was not sure how much time it took and for how long he had been fighting. All he knew was how terribly tired he felt, and that we're on the verge of utter defeat. Looking at the Steel Colossus that was just beyond reach, Sonny gritted his teeth. The bastard was not allowed to throw that javelin. He had to be stopped at all cost. Noctis had to be protected, not because Mordred told him so, but simply because the sorcerer was their best, and most likely only, chance to survive. Sonny hesitated for a split second, and then summoned Nightmare and Saint back. The shadows were entangled in a bloody battle on the deck of a distant ship. Following his command, the black steed did not waste a single moment to turn and leap into the dark sky. Landing on another vessel, it flew past the startled and terrified soldiers, then jumped again. Just like that, the stallion soon reached Sonny and stopped, his sides rising heavily, covered in terrible wounds. Bloody foam was falling from his mouth. The courser's eyes, however, were still full of unbreakable will and murderous resolve. He was a proud and stubborn creature after all, almost as stubborn as Sonny. Sonny offered him a pale smile. "You did well, rest now for a bit." Saint dismounted and stood motionlessly, looking at him with her usual calm composure. Her ruby eyes, however, seemed to have become a little dim. The taciturn knight's armor was cracked and battered, but she did not appear to be seriously injured. There was ruby dust streaming from the cracks, still. Sonny summoned the shadows, embracing Nightmare and Saint back, and then wrapped all four of them around his body. Below, the Steel Colossus had already taken aim and was prepared to make his throw. Before he could, however, a heavy bolt suddenly struck him in the neck. The giant lingered for a moment, then slowly turned his head. Standing at the bow of the ship, Sonny picked up another bolt and smiled grimly. He did not know how to load and aim a ballista, but his own strength was more than enough, or perhaps even greater than that of a siege weapon. Sure, his first throw did not seem to do any damage. It had to have been rather annoying, though. Augmented by the sonorous enchantment, the extraordinary rock boomed, spreading his voice far and wide. "Hey, you! Shadow sends his regard. Come and get me, Rust Bucket. How's that hand feeling, by the way?" Illuminated by the dim light of the crimson moon, the colossus shifted slightly. The shadows veiling his eyes grew deeper, and then his javelin slowly moved, changing its aim. Sonny laughed. "I guess he remembers me," which was good. What was bad was that Sonny did not really know how to steer a flying ship, and so he currently was a stationary target. A sitting duck, basically. With a shrug, he dismissed his shadows and tossed the second bolt at the giant, then looked in satisfaction as it bounced fruitlessly off the chain lord's stoic face. My aim did improve, huh? Just one more throw, and it would time for him to abandon ship. Sun Prince lowered his head and then suddenly lashed out, moving with stunning speed for a creature of his size. It was as though he was trying to kill an irritating fly. Sonny's smile froze. He had not expected that fast of a reaction at all. A split second before the javelin hit the ship, a hand grabbed him from behind, and Sonny felt himself moving. Then something exploded below him, and everything was momentarily enveloped in a cloud of splinters. Kai, who was holding him as he tried to fly up, grunted, "Heavy." In the next moment they were hit by the shockwave, and the archer lost his hold of the four-armed demon. Together they plummeted down. Effie was there too, clinging to Kai's back and holding for her dear life. The two seemed riddled with wounds but still alive. Sonny felt the world spin for a couple of seconds, then shook of his disorientation, summoned the dark wing, and tried to slow down his fall. They landed on the surface of the island and instantly moved, dodging the debris of the destroyed ship. All three somehow managed to avoid being crushed. Then, however, the ground beneath them suddenly shook. Feeling a sickening emptiness in his chest, Sonny slowly turned his head and saw the towering mountain of steel walking toward them, the island quaking with each of the giant's steps. The nightmarish memory of being smashed like a bug by Sun Prince's soul flashed in front of his eyes once again, making Sonny flinch and back away. There was nowhere they could run, however, and more importantly, they still needed to draw Sun Prince away from Noctis. But what could they do but die, faced with the fury of an immortal transcendent? Sonny paled. Think. He raised his odachi with uncertainty, desperately trying to evaluate their chances. He still had some essence left. Enough for a few minutes of remaining a shadow or making a jump or two. Would that be enough? What of the others? And what was he going to do when his essence ran out? Then a sudden sound attracted his attention. Looking up, Sonny saw something that made his eyes widen. Far above, in the dark red sky, a silhouette of graceful ship appeared from the radiance of the moon. Battered and damaged, the ship was flying, almost falling down. It had been descending from terrible heights, and so gathered such staggering momentum that the wind screamed loudly as they were being cut by the bow of the plummeting vessel. This was the sound Sonny had heard. He could almost see a delicate silhouette standing at the stern, holding the oars in her hands. Cassie, falling from the sky like a star, the battered ship changed its course slightly, and then rammed into the giant steel colossus at full speed, casing the whole world to tremble.